And we're live once again with another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight. When we last left the Jumping Junipers, things had gone awry. The play that they were witnessing took a unexpected turn when Light began recounting the tales of the Jumping Junipers, almost as if they were inserting themselves into your backstory, except as they were doing this, some of them actually kind of felt reminiscent, like you do remember this happening, but not all the details were exactly the same. And as it played out, some of you kind of decided to interrupt this play by jumping up on the stage and punching one of the actors. Notus, looking at you, poor guy, didn't deserve that. But you were fed up with the betrayal of the Jumping Junipers and the events that were taking place. After that, Light kind of almost broke character, I guess, and began explaining this may all be kind of a facade, yet there are still some nuggets of truth to it. In fact, the real facade is the one sitting in the crowd next to you. And they challenged Baird to prove them wrong, tell them if they didn't really feel that way about everything that had transpired. And Baird could not contest. Seems like most of these were real emotions. Um, After that, yeah, Vaike, you asked Light whether they truly feel this way about the party, or whether they're actually, really worried about them. And Light explained, yeah, they just want you to be safe, be successful, be happy, and they kind of brought you in for a hug. And Light over Vake's shoulder was smiling at Baird with a little smirk. And of course, Vague, this is all just a ploy to get them into a grapple. As soon as you did that, a fight broke out. All the other smaller Darklings drew their tiny daggers. Enderlin flew down on a strange bird like Ornithopter. And yeah, all the lights were on you guys as Light literally rose up into the air, cast this radiant spell as beaming spotlights shone out from them. And Enderlin gave you kind of a choice since you had just broken the rule of hospitality in their own home. They offered you a choice to make amends. The ones who have clearly disturbed the peace would be punished. The others would have to leave. But Garreth protested that they should stay and never separate. The Jumping Junipers stay together. And of course, after all, they're going to need someone to be their Fey lawyer, so to speak. So here we are at the top of Motherhorn, inside the creepy, dull like room. I'll give you another description of it, since this place is a little bit odd. Where are we? Motherhorn. Here we are. Rising to the top of the tower, you did pass the Ore as well, which held a great number of celestial bodies rotating around this central platform. Electricity seemed to arc between the pylons, and a number of goblin engineers seemed to be maintaining the structure. But when you passed by that, you finally got to the top, and in Enderlin's room, you saw scores of wooden marionettes hanging from the ceiling of this oddly shaped room, the floor of which is strewn with old play scripts. And where is the handout for this? Near the entrance, some alcoves. One had this bare table, another had a wooden chest with tiny clawed feet, and deeper in the room there's a wicker basket surrounded by miniature toy birds. Scores of hourglasses are fixed to the walls, and whenever the sand of an hourglass runs out, the mechanism that attaches the hourglass to the wall causes it to flip over, and the steady hiss of all those falling grains of sand can be heard throughout the room. And finally, the large glass wardrobe with a jade eye embedded in its cornice stands in the far side of the room. And Endelyn seems to position herself in front of this wardrobe. So, Notus, Vaike, you've been charged with breaking the rule of hospitality. As such, there are going to be recompense. I need not punish you, of course, if you were to make up for your discretions. And there's a number of things that I want that you could perhaps help with. You see Light kind of backs away into the corner. They're not trying to get involved in all of this, but they are clearly keeping an eye on what's happening. No.
Yeah, I mean, what choice do we have? What do you need help with?
Well, my cat has gone missing. As mundane as that sounds, Gloam is very dear to me. And I believe my sister, Pavlorna Blightstraw, is responsible. I want you to travel back to her cottage in Downfall. Find her and return her to me.
That's actually not too that's not too bad. I thought you were gonna ask me to like cut my arm off or something.
Oh, well, if you're offering,
No,
there is a
that
different
was-
thing you can do.
Oh, what's the other thing?
Well, you could offer up your shadow as payment. I'm always looking for more stage hands. And you hear the sound of snip, snip coming from somewhere in the shadowy alcoves. Like a pair of scissors.
I'll pass on that offer, you know. But, you know, it's good to know in case thanks, you know, I run out of anything else.
That would at least cover one of your transgressions. As for the other, there's something else I'm looking for that happens to have gone missing. I thought it perhaps turned to ash when Bavlorna attempted to destroy it, but she failed. I speak of Eladon's horn.
So that's
You
another
wouldn't
thing.
happen to have any idea where it is?
Not a clue.
If we're
Oh,
talking even trades, I'm happy to let the actor I punched punch me. That seems fair to me.
They aren't really a violent type. Notus.
Neither am I
don't
under
feel like
normal
they would even-
circumstances. I punched a guy, he gets to punch me. To me, that seems fair. We were guests here, and there was a lot of defamation going on stage.
It was an insult.
This isn't about you and them. This is about you breaking the rule of hospitality in my home.
And again,
Disturbing
we
the
were
peace.
guests. We were guests that got insulted publicly.
Hardly. You were stars of the show.
You might see it that way.
Well, what I want to see is the unicorn horn before my feet.
I haven't seen it.
Roll a deception check, Vaike.
Is 15 enough?
Find out. I'm gonna
Well,
roll an insight check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He may use tactical mind, I think, is what he is.
I might tactical mind, depending on what she rolls.
Okay. Let's get rid of that. You know what? She seems to shrug and looks around to the rest of you. What about the rest of you? Perhaps you've seen a horn somewhere around. You can't really mistake it. Twisted, twirling, bone-like thing.
Saw a bag of unicorn horns once, but they were for a carousel.
Oh, yeah, Capricorn's got bony, funny horns.
I remember a unicorn horn that was still attached to a unicorn.
I see. Well, perhaps Gabitha has seen it. After all, they were the ones who first acquired it.
You said that Avlorna's the one that had it last?
No.
Oh.
I did not. I don't really know who had it last, but I know it came into the realm of Yon some time ago. I can ask the rest of you to make deception checks as well.
Ooh. Sorry, guys.
Everybody.
Oh god. Lucky 13.
Oh wait, I'm Ulric Iron Body.
Sure are.
Yeah, it was
Hey, you
almost.
beat. Hey, beats the 8.
It means the status quo. So
Yeah, I'm rolling again, of course, for you guys.
A one.
4.
what?
She says, "Well, it sounds like you don't really have any idea where this is, nor do you have any desire to perhaps keep it for yourself should you find it. Seem more rather nonchalant about its existence. So, if you agree to find the horn and return it to me, I'll consider these transgressions scrubbed from the record, and you'll be free to explore Motherhorn, perhaps even partake in a few plays if you wish. I'll give you the full tour."
You could find your cat first if you'd like a show of faith. You said it'd be worth one of them.
Indeed. But I would like you to both agree, since I have you both here, Notus, Vaike. I'd like it if we could shake on the deal. And you see 2 marionettes are lowered from the ceiling, and they kind of land between you and her. And both of them reach up and put out their hands to shake yours.
But
Well,
what
hold
if
on.
someone else already has taken the unicorn horn to a place we can't reach? Shouldn't we get a third option?
It was
There must be
very bad
something else
number.
to be very
Yes,
interested
a
in.
third option. Obscurity. Why don't you tell them about that? And sure enough, you start to see Gleam's shadow emerge from the alcove where you heard that snipping sound coming from. And she wanders into view and says, "Should you fail to retrieve Gloam and the unicorn horn, then we will be taking your shadows as payment." And you see she is holding a peculiar pair of scissors that maybe I've shown you before, but now you see them a little bit closer up. They're clearly quite magical, I'll say that much. Here, they've got these little star patterns twinkling on one side of the blade, and almost as if one blade is like the shadow of the other. And there's a single like little pearl embedded into the joint with some filigree handles. And even as it snips in the air, there's kind of almost a discordant echo of it. There, that's your third option. Of course, you could always put something on the table. But I doubt what you have to offer is as meaningful to me as those.
Well, if I may, um, it seems like this unicorn horn is an item that's going to help you in the fight against your greatest foe. So, do you really think that's
Ugh.
gonna stop what you fear most?
She kind of like tilts her head with this bony kind of clack sound. I never said it was to be a weapon or a useful thing. For all you know, it could be just a harmless little trinket. But perhaps you do know more about this horn than what you're letting on.
I mean, it's a unicorn horn. We're in Feywild. You're a very competent spellcaster. It doesn't take a whole lot to connect the pieces. And if it's an item that's worth keeping us sending out the Jumping Universe to get, it must be pretty valuable to you. We've been around. We've talked to your sisters. We know the sorts of things you guys get up to.
I have something that you might like. It might annoy Scab that you have it. I'll pull out straight whiskey.
Oh, you got Granny's medicine?
Yep.
My qualms aren't really with Scab at the moment. Bavlorna's the one that stole my cat. She's the one that failed with the unicorn horn
If it were to
and
get
lost possession
people
of it.
else of Bavlorna's, would that be acceptable? I'm sure you've got schemes rattling around in your head. Something you could take from her in return for taking your cat?
He thinks for a moment. I have been sincerely trying to get along with my sisters. I simply wish to see the wrongs undone.
That would
This
be a really
means-
sweet story.
All three of them?
You can all roll insight checks, by the way, as she says this. Since it is an unusual comment. Normally, these hags have been eager to issue any little slight against one another. Okay, did anyone get 20 or above?
I can try.
Okay. You can. You may try.
Hey, I did it.
You did?
21.
Okay.
21.
All right. Then, yeah, this is odd behavior. You've expected Endlin to be all about this kind of idea, like get back at them. Little petty vengeance here and there, pranks and the like. Yet she suddenly seems to have changed her tune. Maybe she is different, and that's probably what everyone else is thinking. Is maybe Endlin is the more older and maybe mature of the three sisters, and perhaps the one trying to keep the peace between them all. Times have changed, obviously. Maybe the needless squabbling has gotten old. But to you, Vaike, there's something else behind it. There's a reason why she's perhaps trying to be amicable, or rather, put a face on that's amicable. And your only hunch is that it's because she doesn't want to appear as though she wants to be visibly or audibly pissing off the other hags for whatever reason. I'm not sure.
Besides your cat, is there anything else she might have you would like to see?
The unicorn horn is what I would like to see.
Hmm.
This little game of pin the horn on the donkey has gone on far too long. Others
But-
have just been blindly searching around.
I know you think that unicorn horn is going to help you in dealing with time's cold hand, but I can guarantee you it's not. I feel like us as the Junipers have a way to help you with your sweet treachery, and perhaps help with that.
So, Vaike, Iron Body, Monarch of the Witchlight Carnival, hero of Zaelong. I've heard how you've touted yourself as champions of the Archfey. Exactly how would you assist in that kind of treachery? And not be able to sleep at night?
Well, I never said I could help your treachery. I said that I could help you deal with the aftermath. Alright? Because whether it's the Jumping Junipers that does it, or there's another group, one day she will return. And when that happens, I can only imagine what's going to happen to you. But,
Not if that day ever comes.
but, you have a golden opportunity to get ahead of things right now and be able to be on the right side of things.
That's amusing. You think Zaelong is on the right side of things? Do you really think that she is innocent in all of this?
Oh,
Which parts?
I think everyone makes mistakes.
I'd like to think that there was mutual things going on between you guys that caused all this. And I'd like to think that because you guys did this and you're making everybody in Prismere miserable, when she's free, whatever hellish destiny she has planned for you guys is not going to be something you want to happen. But I can tell you this. I can help you avoid that. I mean, you're talking to her champion, and you're talking to her nephew, and you're talking to her council, really, right now.
Talking to a bunch of naive children who believe they know right from wrong. And I can tell you, Zaelong, as you know her, has done many wrongs. You can consider this little time out part of her punishment, her recompense for all the misery that she's caused. So, if you wish to do the right thing, I suggest you agree to the terms. Find this unicorn horn. Bring it to me. such that she could serve her sentence to the fullest. And you see the marionettes kind of waddle forward a little bit further. Here you go. They look a little like this. In fact, one of them is riding a small, what's it called? A unicycle. Here you go. And it cycles up towards Notus and is holding this long sewing needle, Notus. The other one that Vaike is offering a handshake with is it's got like the kind of sleeve rolled back for whatever reason. Maybe they intend to like dap you up or something. Not sure. But yeah, the other carionet's doing a little performance in front of Notus, but otherwise still is waiting for you to agree.
Okay, so Vaike finds the cat. I get the horn.
You find the horn and bring it to her.
At the end of the day, if we don't find it, it's my shadow that you take, not Vaike's.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Other way around, Notus. Come on.
No.
No, no, no.
I
was the
trust
one
you
that's-
guys. I
started
trust you
this.
guys. Leave it. I trust you guys. I'm not worried.
I trust you guys. I'm not worried.
And if you don't find the cat, if you do not bring back Gloam, it'll be Esquire Vaike's shadow.
At least we know where the cat is. I shake the marionette's hand.
Fourth rope, right?
Okay.
I think it was the potion
Yes,
cabinet.
if you're recounting, it was a potion cabinet, correct. Okay. Yes, Notus, you see as they offer out their hand, you shake on it, and the little sewing needle in the other hand comes around and ever so slightly pricks your hand. It's a tiny little ouch, but it doesn't seem to have drawn blood, at least not that you're aware of. And it seems to cycle around in a little circle in some perhaps mock celebration, and then cycles back up to Endelin, who delicately takes the needle, inspects it, and then stows it away within the draped shade-like dress that she's wearing. Here you go. Another little image of Endelin. Vaike.
I tried to help you. I really did. And I'll shake its hand.
Yeah, you see they do take your hand. They lock in like like they're doing like a warrior's kind of handshake, like lean into it effectively.
Forearm grasp.
And yeah, as they kind of like connect, you feel like almost your body kind of like thud slightly, but you weren't expecting such a force from the creature. They're clearly not strong in terms of like physical strength, but for some reason you felt like almost like your insides, or perhaps even something else, something more like your soul. In fact, I guess this is more reminiscent of when your lives were like shortened and turned into seeds. You kind of get that same experience where you're like suddenly at death's door, and then it's kind of like then jaunted back into your body again. Little uncomfortable, but you don't feel any different afterwards. and the strange little marionette hops back up, and the strings yank it up into the ceiling, where it kind of swings there and dangles above Enderlin. Very well, the terms have been agreed upon. You may begin your search and retrieval. Obscurity. Perhaps you would like to accompany them as witness?
Well, that wasn't part of the deal.
I don't think Obscurity would like traveling with me. And I look at
She
her
sort
with
of
like
folds
knowing
around.
eyes. Like knowing that I've gotten to her every time I've talked to her.
She kind of like tilts her head back into the side. I trust they'll keep their promise, Enderlin. After all, this one can't lie. And they kind of point with the scissors towards Garreth.
Mm-hmm. We'll bring the cats. And when we're ready, we'll bring the horn.
We will bring the horn to your feet.
There's a slight smile from Obscurity as she listens to your words and then starts spinning the scissors in the air. See?
Hmm?
See, I'm sure they'll be fine. Good luck. You see the door kind of opens up of its own accord, it seems. Almost as if Enderlin's pulling on an invisible marionette string. And the two Darkling Elders here are like kind of caught off guard. But they kind of beckon you through the doorway.
Oh, we leaving already? Oh well.
Unless there's anything else to discuss, I think you have your objectives.
Oh, Vaike. What is this egg milk you mentioned?
Hmm?
Down at the theater?
Oh. I'm just gonna look at Endelin, and I'm gonna shrug. Just a name I read in a book.
You just mentioned Igwilf.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why I mentioned that.
Are you trying to gauge their
Yes.
response from that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. You can roll an insight check, Garreth.
Inside. Oh, fuck. I need Jack for this.
You do a little bit. Enderlin's face is hard to read for two reasons. One, it lacks any sinew, tissue, flesh, that type of stuff for which to make expressions. She's quite literally a sunken socket skull, no lips. She just has these bare, grinding teeth. And the second reason is she wears a veil that covers said skull. So the only thing you can really interpret from her body language is her hands and maybe just the twitching of her fingertips as she pulls the strings, of which she is doing currently, and that's what you would witness. Is you see as she's pulling on them, the two figures within the stage like center of her body, they seem to dance around, and one of them, perhaps the more feminine of the two marionettes, seems to lock up in place.
Would you like us to help any of the actors? Or anything before we go?
Help in what capacity exactly?
I look at Light and go, I'm well versed in tragedy.
Most of them are also serving out a similar sort of deal with me. As such, I'm quite happy with where they are. If you intend to help them with better performances, that I can allow.
Would Light like to... I can't say Light. Would he like to introduce us?
Certainly can. If you would like, I can introduce you to several of the actors, though can't say they'll be all willing to meet you. He kind of like looks towards Notus. I'll accompany you around around Motherhorn. I'll take it from here, Endlin, and they say right this way.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're free to leave and head back downstairs. Loltic kind of like shudders and shakes off the encounter as they step outside. Kind of whispering to you. Ugh. She gives me the creeps. Ugh. That clacking of bone, a grinding of teeth when she speaks is... It's like nails down a chalkboard.
Before I step out, I'll just tell her my offer stands if you ever change your mind. And then I'll walk out.
She seems to shoo you away with one of her hands, whilst she pulls down on the marionette that shook your hand, and holds it aloft in the other, almost perhaps like admiring it. The Darkling Elders see that you're kept outside here for a moment. They say, all right, no loitering.
I don't see a sign.
I'm telling you.
Hmm.
So I'm the sign, and you got a job to do.
What? No. 2. Ew.
Yeah.
All right, well, farewell. Best of luck to you, you know.
Bye.
Okay.
Let's get
Yeah, you
in.
can head downstairs. Now we can take a little bit more time to inspect things on the way if you would like,
Yeah.
since we're not in a rush.
2 suits of armor.
Okay. Yes. Bizarrely, there are just 2 sets of armor sat here outside this door. Now, the door itself is much like the front door. It's like that kind of desiccated flesh and sunken features. And you can actually see its mouth is... It's trying to be held shut. But it is lacking a little bit of flesh around the lips. So it's trying its hard to like kind of pucker them, I guess, or like seal them rather. Yeah, it's trying to seal them shut. Oh, Light's with you as well. They will explain. This here's the prison where people who can't make amends end up. Losing your shadow isn't the worst outcome here in Motherhorn.
Oh, can we go in?
Oh, this thing's off limits, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Well, how do we get downstairs? This is the only staircase.
there is a staircase here.
Oh,
Right here.
oh, there it is. Sorry, I'm blind.
Keep going. That's very good.
I do not want to go see those guys over there in the balloon.
No? Okay, fair enough. The next room is the massive orrery. Well, you're on the balcony of it at the moment, though you can see down into it from here. The viewing gallery is what this is called. A stone railing that encloses the ring-shaped balcony that has balusters shaped like hourglasses. And you see a goblin kind of operating something from above, little levers, and you hear kind of cogs and gears locking into place, as though they're making perhaps minute adjustments on the structure. And I guess below you, you can see the what's it called? The orrery, which is right here. The cylindrical chamber houses a whirring contraption bolted to a revolving metal disc that serves as its base. Metal spheres and sickles are attached to the ends of long metal arms that sweep back and forth, clicking loudly and rhythmically like the hands of a giant metronome. The apparatus is inlaid with characters from strange alphabets, and smoky wisps in the shape of these letters rise up from the contraption as it revolves. The whole device hums and crackles with lightning. And rising from the middle of the mechanism is an 80-foot tall copper pole made of 8 10-foot long lightning rods attached end on end, and it extends upwards past a ring-shaped gallery that forms the chamber's upper level, through a hole in the 50-foot high domed ceiling. And for those who were paying attention, there was actually a pole just like that in Enderlin's room as well, that went from floor to ceiling as well. So you can already kind of intuit this thing goes all the way to the very top, like a giant lightning rod. 3 more goblins are seen from in below, wearing overalls and tinted goggles. They're using brooms to seemingly sweep up the floor, but they're untroubled by the noise. I would love it if the handouts were actually placed next to the thing. In the thing. Here you go. I searched it, found it. This is what you're witnessing.
That'd be
Probably
so
just
fun
barely
to
make
eat.
out the street.
I'd
Absolutely, yeah.
love
There's a
to
lot of
partake in all
copper.
of that.
Mm-hmm. You ate something recently that was zappy. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the lightning rods.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, there's this creepy person over here.
Ah, yes.
Be there now. Hello.
Okay, so sat in the high-backed chair is a figure that was spying on you before, Garreth, that you kind of gave a little friendly wave to.
Multiple
And
times
it's
every time
some
we
sort of-
pass.
Yeah. This looks to be like a little theatre box. 2 stone balconies are fringed with thick drapes of musty velvet, trimmed with black lace. And the black marble railings are decorated with leering alabaster masks. A large square mirror set into the wall behind each balcony is flanked by wooden panels painted with thunderclouds and lightning bolts. An upholstered bench on each balcony faces a grand view of the stage and the stormy sky as well. So this is also describing the other side effectively. A little bit of there's basically these stages kind of dotted around the exterior of this room that allow the viewing of the entire stage. But they seem to be leant back in a chair currently, and they are twizzling something in their hands, and it looks to be a bottle with lightning crackling inside it. And speaking of like eating things, I guess, Ulric, you see they pour a shot of it into a cup and then down the bottled lightning.
Oh.
And you see
What?
for a brief moment their eyes kind of electrified and surge into the room with a bright light.
Oh, hey, stranger.
That sounds cool.
I just, I look pretty cool. I saw you partake in a little bit, a little bit of something. I was just wondering, where a gentleman such as myself could acquire such things.
This isn't for visitors. Only the Darklings are allowed access.
Mm.
Sorry if I got your hopes up.
You would sound like that.
Unless
Oh wait, sorry, I didn't know. I thought you were done. Sorry. I thought you were done talking. I just thought you were a jerk. Sorry.
never mind. No. I was going to suggest something, but
Oh no, I apologize. That was rude of me. I didn't. Yeah, I thought you were done talking. That's why I said that.
Make a persuasion check, Ulrich, to see if you can undo that. This little offense. Oh wait, it's alright. Not bad.
forgiven. All is forgiven. I really take no offense to anything you have to say. I know who you are.
I'm more
Why
kind,
you're
buddy. I'd
here?
hope so.
Oh, yes. But you're not all so innocent as you seem. You've got
No.
little spies everywhere, haven't you?
Spies?
Oh, yes.
Hmm?
We're well aware of your little pumpkin friend and
He's
what
not
are
here.
they? I didn't say they were, but thank you for confirming nonetheless. And you've got spies in the woods as well. Those
Spies?
little... Yes, that bug-eyed creature.
I
You're a little nosy.
a little nosy.
Spies? In the woods?
I'm only nosy in ones who poke their noses in other people's business.
We just got a lot of friends. That's all. We don't got spies. We're just friendly people. You know, we're good folk.
I'm not a spy master. I'm a farmer.
I didn't say you were.
It sounds as though she's clearly talking about the friend you've got in the forest, the spy
Bench
creature, the Banshee. Yeah,
I
sounds like
think it's
she's
just our
aware of.
I think we have a distinction in our relationship with them that this person is
Mhm.
overlooking, and we're like, what?
I mean, I forgot about them. I completely forgot
when they
about
said
that.
spies, I thought they meant Little Oak and the runaway gang. But those aren't spies. And the bench ray is only singular.
Adventure's
Sure.
like a free
Nonetheless,
spirit.
Yeah.
you can intuit this person seems to also
Mhm.
be a spy master of sorts, one who's got little tabs on your own spies, but she's like counterintelligence, perhaps. Anyway, she was talking about the bottle lightning. I guess she says,
This stuff isn't for the faint of heart, you know. It's can really cause some problems. You don't have any health issues, heart problems, do you?
Probably got
No?
them, but they haven't stopped me so far, so I'm pretty good. I'm gonna be honest. I've consumed many things that probably shouldn't ever be consumed, but it's kind of my thing. So I'm sure a little bit of
Oh.
lightning in a bottle won't do me much harm.
Well, Endlin likes to bottle this stuff up. Grants her flashes of inspiration. Usually right before she sits at her desk to write.
Her desk? She has a desk.
Yes. Oh, yes. Where do you think all those sheets of parchment come from that are scattered about?
What is the difference between a raven and a writing desk?
Well, the only ravens around here are made of paper.
I guess that's the difference then.
One can fly?
No. It's a
Bo
riddle.
wrote on both. Oh.
I was never very good at riddles. What's the answer then?
There is none.
There is no difference?
There's no answer.
There is no answer.
That doesn't make any sense.
You only get the answer on every second Tuesday. Thursday. Whatever the D&D equivalent of Tuesday would be. And it has to be your own birthday.
I see.
She looks back to Ulric.
Did you have anything for trade for this? I will let you have a bottle.
I'm sure I got a knick-knack or something. You know, you ever had pie before? I think pie is better than lightning in a bottle, but that's just me personally.
I will look towards Ulric and hold up the straight whiskey.
that for that? You think that's a worthwhile trade?
It's customary to
Sure.
share drinks.
Yeah, how about some straight whiskey? I'm not a big drinker myself, but I'm sure a fella like you could use a drink.
Sounds appropriate. A drink for a drink.
She retrieves another bottle from her leather armor and offers it to you.
Ooh. Nice. I just kind of just like eat the whole thing.
The whole glass and all.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Sure. If you really want.
Yeah, buddy.
You're gonna.
I will toss
Alright.
it straight whiskey.
They catch it, inspect it, and it still says like Granny's medicine on it.
Mhm.
And she kind of raises an eyebrow. But she pockets it. She doesn't drink it. And yeah, as she's gonna like lifts her head back up from looking in her pocket, then she just sees you, Ulric, suddenly just throw the whole vial into your face.
Yeah.
Again, you're just gonna swallow the glass and all. Okay, perfect. You can roll me 2d6 and then give
Okay.
me a con save.
Oh no.
Ouch! She takes
Oh.
11 points of lightning damage. As that
Yeah.
crackling explosion erupts. But the glass, that's fine. You just crunch that up without managing to cut your tongue. And as you swallow the whole lot, the bits of glass are quickly like, I was going to say dissolved, but glass is very resistant to dissolving. So I guess we'll just say it's sitting nicely in a pile of glass at the bottom of your stomach.
Perfect. It's like gum.
And a moment later, as the lightning digests, you feel that sudden surge of inspiration, and boom, there's like lightning crackling between your horns. Your eyes light up the room. It kind of sparks between your teeth. And yeah, you gain inspiration. Quite literally. I'm going to give you
Oh,
heroic
yeah.
inspiration. I don't know what you're inspired to do, but
Oh
you
yeah.
maybe could tell me.
Yes.
Or-
I'm. I feel like Ulric's been here this whole time, but he also hasn't. I feel like he's been so hungry eating that glass, and maybe not so much the lightning, but eating that whole vial. It was invigorating. It was inspiring. He just has a hankering. He wants to consume more.
Oh,
More glass. Oh no.
he's inspired to eat more. That's never a good sign. Okay, perfect. There's a kind of like a shock from the Darkling. He's like, you wasn't supposed to eat the whole. Never mind. It's too late.
Best part, that'll put some hair on your chest. That's crazy.
It does have a little zap to it, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Well, tell you what, there's more where that came from.
I give you a little wink.
Flirt
for
with this
now.
character, Ulric, of all characters.
Now I have a little thing I need to go to attend to.
And you see them vanish in a puff of smoke and appear at the top of the stairs. They take a little bow and they begin to silently kind of
Right.
ninja dash up the
Don't
stairs away from
suppose
you
you
guys.
could teach me the recipe?
They seem to be off in a bit of a hurry for some reason. I'm not sure why, but they head up towards
I-
Zendlin's room.
I think that you want to give and the whiskey, which is fine. I'm fine with that outcome.
Hmm.
But But
Okay.
This down here.
Barrett is looking at light, like as they walk, like trying to gauge whether or not they seem genuinely happy here.
Roll me an insight check.
Nine.
A little bit hard to tell with the 9. They clearly have the adoration of many people, but also this place is such a gloomy and depressing place, especially with the types of plays that are being played here. They're always tragedies, right? But there is absolute art in creating a tragedy. You can still be famous and renowned for those types of things.
Do you
Whether
like?
it's what they want or not, it's hard to tell.
Do you like being a canary?
And what exactly do you mean by that?
We promised a lot more than this.
You could consider this simply a stepping stone. This stage is merely one foothold on a grander staircase to success.
Is it a stage? Or is it a cage?
Well, it depends on your perspective. There's still a lot to be learned from here. I haven't fully finished my business. I'm still perfecting my craft. But when the world's ready, I'll definitely be going up in the world. Perhaps I'll return to my roots first. Big Top Carnival is always looking for new talent. And a returning star would certainly draw in a crowd. Shall we? And they kind of gesture towards the stairs.
Baird will follow behind them, which is what I've had them doing this whole time. Is they're paying attention to them.
Gotcha. Then, one thing before we do go down here, because I saw Notus was hanging around in the middle of the Ore here. And there's certainly something that would happen as you're kind of inspecting the apparatus. Firstly, a couple of goblins are trying to dust around and sweep around Mischief's feet. And they're kind of like trying to brush you aside for a moment. They're like, excuse me, do you mind? Trying to sweep here.
I get Mischief to move out of the way.
Oh, yep, pardon us. Pardon. And as they're doing that, you see lightning crackling in between these pylons, these lightning rods. And as you're watching it, it's almost as if the lightning is dancing around, as if it's got a life of its own, jumping between celestial bodies, leaping from the moon to the suns, the stars. And it is a dazzling like effect that you're witnessing. Almost like you imagine a dancer walking the tightrope, pirouetting between the large, what are they called? Like wires. Yeah, like a
Trapeze?
performer on the high wire. Yeah, trapeze, like swinging from the bars, leaping from the death-defying heights, and then always sticking the landing in a perfected like fashion. It certainly just captures your attention, Notus, for a moment. One of the goblins comes over and says,
Oh, you shouldn't stare at that. You need these.
they offer you like a pair of spare goggles, like tinted goggles.
It won't do me any harm.
Oh. Oh, is that
I
mask
did.
like built in?
I literally lift off the mask so he can see I don't have eyes.
Wow!
He backs up suddenly.
Wow, that's creepy. Oh,
Whoa.
man.
I've been told.
Was that an accident or something? Did it
Yes.
arc welder or
No,
did you fall on like a drill?
no.
Another goblin's like, a buddy of mine had lost an eye like that. Slipped with a drill. Yeah, right through the eye socket.
The lights are pretty though.
Yeah. Show off. They say to the lightning.
Show off how. It's doing what it does. It dances.
Mm. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be charging the thing and helping Endelin run the Ore, but the lightning seems to get distracted from time to time.
That's because
Almost as
lightning
if
can't
they had
be
a different
controlled.
ambition.
Because it's lightning. It's supposed to be free. It's not supposed to be contained.
There's a surge of electricity as you say that whirls around the room, perhaps in acknowledgement of you saying it's supposed to be free. And you can almost make out with the crackling sound. It's almost like Orin, but a more harsh type. Instead of like wind, it's lightning. Almost, I imagine Orin like reaches that kind of fever pitch when something is said with absolute resolve. And it probably translates to precisely. See, she gets it. The goblin doesn't seem to understand it though, however. They just hear the crackling surge and they call up to above. Like, hey, a little less voltage over here, just... And you hear the
How
goblin
low down do
upstairs.
these things hang? Like they're within reach, or
Let's see, I think judging from the image, some of them are. Yeah, not all of them, but the lower ones you could actually step up onto and then potentially climb from like the pole up onto the bodies, yes.
I'm kind of already in Enderlin's bad books, so maybe climbing on the fancy apparatus is not a good idea.
Right the second, I would think.
I will reach up towards one that's like coming past though, and I'm gonna like just ever so gently, shocking grasp, like try to shake hands in a weird way.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna let you. Is it a dex save, isn't it? Technically. I'm gonna roll a d20 here. Just see what happens. And what is your DC for your shocking grasp?
I have no idea, if I'm honest.
Should be based on your
Just,
con. 8 plus your con.
right?
Yeah,
Sorry,
plus proficiency. 8 plus con plus proficiency. It should already just be written on your spell sheet. If you go to your spell sheet, spell book, it should be at the bottom.
13.
13? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Alright. Now to check something. Gotta see what it has to the save. Where is it? Question. Oh my goodness. I thought I had it here. 7 plus... It's save. I don't think that's a pass. So... As you reach out, your lightning does kind of connect with whatever dancing creature is here. This there's this kind of connection, like a magnetism between you and it. And as they're kind of being pulled slightly from the rest of the circuit, you see their form briefly manifest. And you see this figure when I find it. That's bizarre. One second. Okay, I can't find it. You just see a massive lightning-like elemental basically appear, and their form is like jagged, shot back with electricity and like spiking in every direction. And as they kind of stare back at you for a moment, there's a knowing look that you share between them and yourself. Clearly, this connection reawakens an emotion within you. And though you haven't perhaps exactly stated what one this is, perhaps it is indeed the emotion of like self-expression, freedom, you know, your will to stretch your own wings and do what you truly believed you wanted to do. It's your dream. It's your passion. Ambition. And certainly there was an element of freedom to the fire before, but that was also kind of more anger as well, incarnate. This one's much more about your freedom. And I have the token somewhere, but I cannot for the life of me find it, because it's gone.
I'm literally just going to like take my hand away from it.
Mm-hmm.
And then in Orin, I just whisper, "I'll be back." and then I'll go and join the others.
Okay.
I imagine
Hold up,
that
Yeah.
Baird is looking back at Notus, like waiting at the top of the stairs.
Here you go. There you go. I found it. This is the image you see. This, as I kind of described it, spiky in all directions, leaping and dancing from wire to wire. Ta-da! There she is. Another one of Notus's emotions.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. She's a fast one. Because just almost a split second that little connection lasts before they rip free and then almost backflip up onto the high wire, grind along it before twizzling around the central pole and sparking up through the center all the way to perhaps the very top lightning rod. And that's where you hear a sudden distant crackle and boom from a thunderous blast. And then you catch up with the others. Alright. Let's see, heading further down then. Nope, Garreth wants to go back up.
No,
Oh my
I
God.
was set on following
Okay.
someone.
There is a whole bunch of rooms. Looks like these could be sort of servants' quarters or actors' quarters, something like that.
I have anything to say about any of them as we walk by?
No, not really.
Where do you stay?
They... They gesture to one of the rooms. I got a comfortable little room to myself. And sure enough, you see one room does have like a large star on the front of the door. A plaque with their name on it.
Is it comfortable?
Sure is. And they open up the door, show you there's all the amenities that one could want. Sort of a is it this room or this room? Yeah, I'll say it's this one here. It's got
Cozy.
you know your chest of drawers, your nice comfortable cozy bed, good
Is
little poster of the farm.
is there any things in here? Like the way that Baird collects the things of like connections. His box. Is there anything like that?
Potentially, like a drawer might be filled with some of them, but they're not on open display. There's a little poster of I guess the farm, or maybe like a painted picture of where you grew up. And there's a whole bunch of looks like trophies and awards as well. We'll say sat on one of the mantelpieces. You know, it'll say stuff like best play, best script, best like leading actor, best musical.
I guess the thing that Baird is looking for is anything that seems like it has real connection. Like, not accolades, not token pieces of history.
Tokens and no connections. No, you wouldn't say. These are all awards. These are all like yeah, as you say, accolades, definitely. There's another painting, perhaps, of him on stage as well. They look to be promotional paintings for plays and such. So, for example, let me just find some. There's a lot of plays in Yon. Da, da, da. Okay. Okay, yeah. So we've got. You've seen A Village No More. Well, there's also one that says it's Love Unsoiled, and it says like a little blurb. A maiden unable to find the perfect suitor chooses a bow from beyond the grave, much to her father's consternation. And it's like it clearly says Light Farthing playing the perfect suitor. And there's
Is it
Only
just
Fools Knock Twice.
is the painting like just him in the spotlight, no one else on stage, effectively?
No, there is the maiden as well as the father, but they're more in the background. Even though clearly the maiden's supposed to be the main character, you would assume the story's about her after all. But these are promotional posters, so you might imagine there's one for the maiden, one for him, the suitor, one for the father, etc.
I think
And there's one.
Baird is just
Okay,
trying to get
go
an
on.
understanding. He's trying to fill in the gaps in this timeline for himself and seeing if
Mhm.
there's anything as meaningful as what he has despite everything.
Hmm.
And if he doesn't find anything, Light would see pity from Baird. Like just abashed, unrestrained pity for a moment.
Do you say anything to exemplify that? Because otherwise, it doesn't look like Light really is paying attention. They seem to be more just their focus and their attention, their eyes are all looking at the posters, and they're explaining each one in turn. They're like, "Oh yeah, this one is good. This one's a tragedy at twilight. It's about a royal wedding, and disaster strikes."
Where's the connection?
What do you mean? I connect with the audience.
But you don't connect with people.
Well, there's the other actors. Look, see, they gesture. This is my bride to be. These are all the other revelers,
They
and this
like
big light
you,
in the background. That's the comet that crashes into the wedding, killing everyone.
and they all like you.
Well, perhaps you could ask them yourself. After all, that's where we're going, isn't it? You wanted me to introduce you?
I guess I'm just curious. But yeah, as
Alright,
sort of
well.
Baird talks, he would see that pity as Baird sort of steps out.
Light seems to be confused by the expression, perhaps.
Apologies.
I would say, what's the sullen face for, but... You know, you seem to always be in that mood. You've not smiled since you got here, I don't think. Alright, back
not
downstairs.
made much to smile about.
He kind of looks at you, kind of, again, even more confused. It's not really my job to make you smile. Now, is it? In fact, anything you've got left to express is better hidden behind the curtain. No one needs to see that. Just brings down the whole atmosphere.
Do you even remember the promises we made?
I remember the promises we made to ourselves. That we would strive to be the best we could. That we would gain that fame. That we would light up the stage.
That we would strive to be the best we could. You forgot someone who was part of that promise. And Baird will look forward towards Garreth.
They weren't part of the picture back then. They only came into the frame sometime afterwards. Even you can admit that. It wasn't exactly best friends on sight immediately. These friends only became friends after we kind of let our walls down.
I see a lot of gold, but I don't see a lot of treasure.
Well, the treasures are still yet to come. I promise you there's a treasure at the end of all this. We just gotta reach it first.
Sure as the friends made along the way, you asshole.
They finally, at this point, you basically come to the stage. There's clearly just a lull in what's happening right now. There's no performances being done or anything. The stands are pretty much all cleared, except for maybe Snurg. He's set up there, and so is Buffon.
Found us on Snurg's head, all nestled up
Oh.
because of under like around the rough like a nest.
Yep. And there's that one Darkling as well who was doing some trading cards with you guys.
Yay!
Anyway, you guys are able to converse with the actors if you want.
Excuse
You
me,
could even
Mr.
drag
Fake
you
Notus.
inside here.
How are you doing?
Fake Notus. I'd rather be called Clee Wesley, though I do go by many names. You're the Jumping Junipers, aren't you?
Yes.
You're the ones I've heard so much about. Must be a thrilling life,
Oh, where you going?
going from realm to realm. Oh well, I need to apply some more makeup for the next shot. So maybe they're rooting around in here for like changing their costume and stuff. So Light introduces them. So, this is Klee, our jester. They're very good at pretty much filling in any actor that comes their way, and they're a killer with the loot.
Ooh. Are you still hurt?
Oh, that's the pain is something that is minute in comparison to the weight of, the stage, the pressure of all the eyes watching you, the pain of a performance gone wrong or awry, that sinking feeling in one's heart, that is pain. A punch to the face, well, I've
So
taken many
you're
of
no
those
longer
simply
hurt.
in rehearsal. No, not at all. In fact, I've had worse from the audience for such portrayals.
Did you want to speak to Clean Notice?
No.
All right.
I'm pissed at him still.
Aren't you actually pissed at the other person?
The whole situation is stupid. If he wants to punch me back, that's fine by me, but I have nothing more to say to him.
Don't blame the actor, blame the script.
Mr. Clee, can I ask you a question?
Oh,
Wait, is it Mister?
yes.
What do you think of this one here? Honestly.
Gesturing to Light.
Not mentor, not odious accolades. I want your opinion.
Well, Light is above my talents. In fact, you speak quite highly of mine, Light, but yours are even greater still. There's someone I look up to. They could certainly command a presence on stage. They're a leader amongst us downtrodden and forgotten actors. We would have all gone mad without them. Of course, I would say, though, that perhaps you two have become a little bit clouded in your judgment, Light. You seem to think there's an escape from here. There is no escape, save to slay them all. And Light kind of shakes his head. Says, "You jest too much, Westerly." Lee says, "Oh, it is no joke. If anything, we are the joke. A sad little display. Us lumbering apes walking around on stage, filled with such confidence and will. What a crock."
Baird will whistle like a
This is
canary.
just-
Like, do the canary, like, call?
You don't think that Endlin really promises any of us some freedom, no? I mean, just ask. That old bugbear. Hurley's been here for 8 years.
Wait. 8 years? That's almost eternity.
Indeed. It's just another sick demonstration of hubris. He snorts. We cling so pathetically to this lie that Endelin's strung. Is it ego or id?
It?
Yeah, id is like intellect, the
Hmm.
mind.
Ego is like your ideal self. It is like the bestial, like uncontrollable side.
Okay.
And then there's the shadow, which is the like
Oh, the dark self.
the shadow self. The
The non-ideal self?
yep, it's the non-ideal self. It's the things about yourself that you find bad.
But do not pity old Westerly. I have no use to anyone else but this little stage. Better to leave me here. At least then, Endelin would enjoy some part of it. She'd probably relish my death, in fact.
Hasn't she already seen your death?
You're quite astute. Indeed, yes. Another little cruel joke she likes to spin on everyone. She tells them of their death. How to avoid it. Promises of a life avoiding such a terrible outcome. What a sham. What tomfoolery we've got ourselves into, eh? Bah. But listen, you don't need to listen to me yap on.
Oh, so this is what she enjoys. It isn't the end. It's how people get there. Because she already knows the end, she doesn't know how to get there.
Very poetic, my boy.
So be careful. She can tell you anything she wants. In any way she wants. All you need to do is twist the words, and anything can mean anything.
Aha. You
Well,
you wish to trick the trickster, perhaps?
More so, I'm a troubadour. Words and meanings have many sides to them. One thing that sounds one way may be, in fact, meaning another.
well, when I use a word,
Well,
it means just what I choose it to mean. Nothing more, nothing less.
indeed, indeed. I must admit I admire your guile. But I fear she is immune to such scheming. She's done this for a long time.
Like 8 years.
Perhaps even longer.
What's longer than 8 years?
Is
Barely
there
a day has
any
passed since we entered.
A piece of string.
is there any like sweat on Light's brow in response to like they're saying like there's no escape, like that sort of like statement?
No, Light seems to see Westerly in a different light, so to speak. In fact, they say, well, uh, it was a pleasure talking with you, Westerly, and getting your valuable insights on all the matters. And they're like, oh, yes, of course. Enough charity, please. It's making me ill. And they sort of, here it is, and they find a ridiculous looking pair of shoes with pointy ends and bells. These are just the ones I'm looking for. And they slip them on and very humorously waddle out the door with these ridiculously large, almost clown-like shoes. La 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 la, jingling away as they go. Light kind of sighs and says, you need not be swayed by the paranoid delusions of a maniac.
He was very insightful.
Perhaps, perhaps we talk with someone with a bit more sound mind. Here, come upstairs.
But just like Leprechaun, their mind was very sounding.
Well,
You could hear the bells ringing
he
in there.
says all that fearful things, but they seem to be grinning and laughing on the inside. That ain't right. Like he gets some sort of enjoyment out of it. Almost like some sort of masochist. He'll probably be grinning in the end. Laughing all the way to his grave. And as you raise up the stairs, you're resting against the walls of this circular chamber are 3 dressing tables, each one with a mirror atop it. The mirrors are bordered by tiny balls of bright golden light. An ornate, high-backed chair on clawed feet sits before each table. Slumped on one of the chairs is a bugbear, dressed as a green dragon from the neck down.
What?
And
Early?
on the floor nearby are the fake dragon head and tail that complete the costume, just like you saw in the play.
Our
Huh?
favorite in the show.
Huh? I recognize you kids.
Yeah, long time no see.
You're those mischief makers, causing
Oh,
all kinds of trouble
mischief?
in the carnival.
I wouldn't put it like that. That sounds bad when you say it that way. We were just enjoying the carnival as all.
Or ruining the enjoyment for others.
Also,
didn't-
you know, when you put it that way, you know, it doesn't sound too great, but you know, we were kind of looking for you. I'm pretty sure I kind of forgot, but sure everyone else didn't.
Oh, your brother is missing you.
A lot. He misses you a lot.
They didn't know where you went. All of a sudden you were just gone? Made them worry, as well as the rest of the carnival.
Why
That's
should
not
I care
fair.
what the carnival thinks?
They're part of your family?
They care about
Mm.
you.
Carnival was just a dead end. It was nothing more than a muscle to the carnival.
No. You were part of the heart of it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like everyone misses you back there.
Everyone we mentioned you to missed you. We missed you.
They're just saying that because they probably need someone to keep the chaos from getting out of control. And
We missed you at the carnival, Hurley.
Yeah, it's weird,
what do you
you know,
mean?
going back and not seeing you there.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, come on, Hurley. Strong man, a dime a dozen. I mean, I'm a pretty strong man myself, but you know, Hurleys aren't a dime a dozen. You're the only you. If they really didn't care, they could have got any other strong guy, but they need you there.
Baird will smile and go, Vaike and Ulric kind of modeled their whole thing off of you and Burley.
Yeah, we're like a
He
super
kind of
crazy strong duo, just like you guys.
begins chuckling to himself. Well, yeah, I guess I guess we did leave an impression on people. Though I thought the impression I left on you guys was not a good one. I mean, last time I saw you, I was hurling mushrooms at the rest of you.
Tried
That's
to
not
protect
true.
us.
Last time we saw you, you were putting up a show for us. As a farewell.
The big top
Oh, yeah.
extravaganza.
You stuck around to see that, huh? Well. He spins around in his chair. Glad it inspired a
But
follow-up
we were allowed.
act.
to be there at that time after what happened.
Yes, I remember. Mr. Witch and Mr. Light had a sort of a soft spot for the rest of you.
You both
Couldn't
inspired
think
me.
why.
I
But I
spent
guess,
the rest of that day doing everything I could to make it all okay.
Look, I'm sorry I lost my temper with the rest of you. You kids were, well, you were just being kids. But I'm sorry to say, if you expect me to come back to the carnival, I just,
He turns back in his chair,
I don't see it happening.
and as he looks into the mirror, and you're trying to maintain like good eye contact with him, you instead glance up to see his reflection, and in it, you see a haggard-looking appearance. He is a shadow of his former self. It looks like he's... what's the word? Looks like he's lost hope. Looks like he's sickly. In fact, like this place is not only bad for his health physically, but also mentally.
Did you?
And that's only in the reflection he kind of looks like that. When he's
Hmm.
the physical looks much different to the reflection. And he kind of slouches again as he gazes at that reflection.
This is the second time we've come across a false mirror.
It might not be a false mirror.
It's not showing what we see.
Well,
I see the great Hurley.
What's the... Why don't you see yourself going to the Witchlight Carnival anymore? What is holding you back?
Kind of thumps his fist onto the table and
Oh.
says,
Just drop it, all right? Look,
Well, if you don't want to...
I was never popular. I was never popular at the carnival.
Can I start playing the Calliope tune on my lute?
yeah, absolutely. You can string it on. Ah, yes. The classic. He kind of starts growling at the sound of it and says,
You're trying to get me all softened up. I know what you're doing.
Working?
Is it working? Yeah. I mean, I don't even.
repeat what Burley said to us when he was saying to go look for Hurley. Like, I'm really worried about him and how much he cared about him. Like, use like verbatim using my mimicry.
okay. Yeah, tell you what, give me a persuasion check.
Oh,
17.
Jesus, God, sure, why not? Yeah, even with a -2, sure.
Yeah, with the exhaustion. And even on a 9, yeah. Certainly, it's because these are Burley's words, not Hurley's potentially. Oh, sorry, not Bear's, and they really go deeper into Hurley's mind. And you see his kind of clenched fist that he's like hammered onto the table, kind of like goes like less tense.
Very end. It's and if you guys don't find him, I'll have to go looking for him. Like the Hurley's promise that he would, like Burley's promise that he would be looking for Hurley if we didn't find him.
Yeah, every time the carnival made their appearance, he left the area to see if there's any traces of you.
You hear him say under his breath,
Burley. Messed up, Burley. I really messed up.
Doesn't
Look.
mean you can't fix it.
If you want to
Oh.
stay here and don't go back to the carnival, that is okay. We can send a message to them and explain what's happening.
Exactly the full
If you
story.
don't want to stay and you want to return to the carnival, we can see if we can help you.
The truth is, me being unpopular isn't the reason I don't want to go back. It's the reason I left in the first place. I guess my short temper and blustery nature was my own worst enemy. Ugh. No, the reason I can't go back is because of Endelyn. She promised me she'd make me more likable before sending me back to the carnival. But I had to work for Endelyn for 3 years.
It's been 8.
I recently learned that myself.
Years is a long
Westerly.
time.
Yep, Westerly won't stop going on about it. Apparently 3 years in the Feywild doesn't necessarily equate to 3 years where we're from. I'm not exactly certain how long Endelyn expects me to remain here at the theater.
This is no theater. Every moment we
Did
stay
she-
here, it's a cage.
Not the way she puts it.
never gave you what you asked for, right?
Well, she assures me that my talent is becoming more refined and respected with every performance. But this
I love good
reflection-
children.
reflection tells me a different story.
It's because it's lying to you.
Well, and what does this reflection say? And I pick up my vanity, the
Your mirror.
little, this one.
Yeah, you can show him the true reflection. And it does appear regular, like a normal reflection of them. Hurley kind of like turns his head one way and another, trying to like inspect if there's anything odd or strange going on.
Look, this mirror may be lying, magical or something. I don't know what it is, but it's. I don't need a mirror to tell me it, to lie to me. It's pretty clear that my dreadful performances aren't endearing anyone. Endlin most of all.
Barrett is going to deliver the
You're
line
not
he gave
suited.
earlier with the really like funny line, and then mimic the Junipers all laughing because we loved it. But like
Mhm.
make it very clear, like we loved that part of the play more than anything else that happened. We loved his part in it. And I look at him and go, we loved what you did. It was the best part of that performance.
You serious? I
To be
forgot my
fair, the
line.
performance sucked.
I was supposed to say something menacing and terrifying as a giant dragon, but I totally flubbed the line and just
It's
had
not
to think
your
of something on the spot.
it's not your fault you were giving a horrible script. They're forcing tragedy when it would be better written as not one. That script was clearly written to be a non-tragic script. It's some of the worst writing I've ever heard. Like Baird says this like as an
Well.
actor, like as a like bard. He's like putting on like he's like, no, that's some of the worst writing I've ever heard.
Yeah, sure.
Well, yeah.
Vaike writes better.
I think
Where
that
is Vaike?
Mischief could write better.
Somehow he's down here. There he is. Let's drag you back over. There you go. Well, he kind of stands up from the table.
If you guys think you can write better, I think you should put on your own show. Show them how it's done.
I could write a better tragedy. I could write a better hero.
Haven't you heard about the Juniper Carnival?
Did they not? Bear's gonna think about it and go, Endlin must have stolen everyone's invitations. We made sure to send one to everyone. You turn towards Light and go,
Light.
Light just says there is definitely some sort of interception to these messages you sent. As it happens, something the spy master said. All the ravens around here are made of paper. They have a habit of cutting other little messages up into pieces.
it's very rude.
Well, I managed to piece one back together. Hurley, you haven't told them the other thing.
No. No, I haven't. There's something else. Even if I did want to get up and leave, Endlin makes some assurances that people hold true to their word.
like says, yeah, they've already sort of been introduced to that factor.
None of you took the deal, did you?
They look around. They seem to be looking and inspecting everyone.
Oh no. No, you're
Which
okay.
one?
You're good. You're good.
And then they stop at bed.
Just sort of
Wait a minute.
calmly, and then I point over at the light, like with just a finger. That was before all this.
Most of you seem to still have your shadow. Except Light. But I already knew they didn't have one. I'm guessing that makes you their shadow, huh?
I shake my head.
Do you shake as in no or as in nod? Sorry.
I sort of, I just sort of calmly, I will shake my head, just no, because it's a direct question that is not really, like, giving any information that beyond, like, answering a direct, like, it's... Like, Baird has brought forth, I'm not a shadow before is a thing he said, so he's like,
Yeah.
no. He's like, no.
Yeah. Harley seems to be a little confused as he's kind of standing there, looking back and forth between Light and Baird. But as he's doing that, and as since he's trying to look over your shadows, does anyone have the?
I presume his shadow's taken.
You notice it. It's not there. There is no shadow, no matter which way the light shines on them from all these mirrors. Hurley does not seem to have a shadow. And I guess as you are looking around the room, you might spy your own reflection in the mirror now that they've kind of stepped up and away from it. Who do I start with first, I guess? Baird, you don't seem to have a reflection at all. Notus, you see a... You see like a devilish looking appearance. So where your little beetle horn would be, there's kind of a fiery looking set of horns instead. And your hair is kind of red and spiked back rather than wavy and blue. Almost as if it's set on fire.
Is that you, Rolf?
Vaike, when you look into the mirror, you see a... It is you, but you're sort of wearing makeup similar to that of the goblins you've seen around on stage. And when you kind of like open your mouth, you see pointy teeth, you see elongated ears, and a jester's hat as well.
Awesome.
Garreth, when you look in the mirror, you see this that your face looks even more chiseled, but to the point where it's like unnaturally so, almost as if you've had like plastic surgery, and you look almost too regal, too perfect. Your hair is nothing is out of place. Nothing looks unkempt or anything. Your clothes look even more royal than they did before. Instead of like this little red hood and a cape. It looks more like a red robe with the white kind of ruffles, like a royal king would wear. And yeah, instead of a crown of candy, you have this gaudy, overly embedded with jewels looking crown that just is so over the top it makes you look ridiculous. And you weirdly have the kind of face you'd really want to punch. Even though it's clearly not your face, but it's depicted as that. Like, goddamn, even you really want to punch your own face. It looks like that.
Do we all
But you
see
wouldn't say there's
those?
negative. Yes, everyone sees
okay.
everyone else's reflections like that. Yes, so everyone sees this kingly-looking Garreth who looks super poncy and punchable. And
Sky is so
as
lucky
for
this is a mirror.
yeah. And why otherwise you'd break it.
Yes.
7 years bad luck. Yeah, I get it. Great. No, you can't invoke the bad luck. And then finally, Ulric, you look almost exactly like you're depicted on the card art. You're like on all fours. You're just this big grazing cow that has something stuffed in their cheeks, like as if you've just filled your mouth.
Like a hamster?
And yeah, just like a hamster, exactly. And your eyes are like looking in different directions, and you can see stink lines coming from you as well.
Not the stink lines.
The
That's
stink
good.
lines.
That's good
Oh,
enough,
no.
I guess.
Good enough.
Close
The
enough.
Junipers see this
They're
and they all
making you
laugh
look really
almost.
stupid.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny.
What does
Mischief
look
just
like?
looks like a normal toad. Actually, just like a normal toad. There's
Already
nothing different
stupid.
about Mischief. Yeah, I guess a little bit. Yeah.
Is he a normal sized toad? Is that like the difference?
He looks slightly smaller. Oh, actually, you know what? As they're looking at it, I guess there is a slight change. There's almost like more Bavlorna looking features about them. And warts start to appear on Mischief's face. They start to look like Bav. Like with the bulbous eyes, the same sort of expression starts to appear. Light looks amazing in the mirrors. They look almost as dashing and confident as they do in real life. And everyone sees that as well.
Hey, so why do we look stupid?
Light says, you really want to know?
Because he's involved. And that's the thing that'll keep him going.
Involved.
You're helping
What do you
maintain
think
this
these
way.
mirrors? What do you think these mirrors show, Baird?
They're not true. They show
That's not
things
what
you're
I
afraid
asked.
of. What you're afraid of.
I don't think Ulric's afraid of looking like a cow. I don't think Hurley's afraid of getting sick.
Again, it's
And
something
Mischief,
to
you afraid of Bavlorna?
it's something to
Mischief
put
says no.
drive into actors to do something. To maybe create emotion.
Not quite.
All I know is they aren't true. And that's the most important thing.
They're true to some extent. In fact, I would say they do show the truth. Just not the truth you're looking for. Anyone else want to hazard a guess?
Is that what you see me as?
Who are you asking?
Everyone?
I don't.
No.
Then maybe it's the worst thing
No.
someone else sees you as.
Lights?
Now who would see you like some? They kind of stand side by side and look at you, like put an arm around your shoulder. Who would make you look like? Who would think that you look like this? Got so much station, so much charisma. You're oozing with good looks, but it's almost sickening, I guess. The crown?
You know
Someone
what?
clearly acknowledges you as royalty here.
Maybe I should stick next to you. Maybe people will gaze away from you.
Are you sure? I mean, this reflection
I'm
is
gonna
ridiculous, Garreth.
hold my arm over his shoulder. Yeah, it does. It's how light sees us. That explains why Baird has no reflection.
Hmm. That would suggest that I don't see anything in bed. But I have plenty of opinions of Baird, I assure you. None that you care to hear. Now, this reflection shows that someone thinks very highly of Gareth's position, but one that they don't really respect. Garreth, you seem to be a victim of nepotism.
Oh?
Means your blood carries a lot of weight, a lot of importance around here.
No one knows that's not what I think of everyone here.
Well, let's see if the brain cell can put it together. They look towards you, Notus. Any clue what these mirrors are showing?
I think the mirrors only work if you work with End. Seems to work fine for you.
Well, me and End are on good terms.
Yeah, that's my point. You work for her, therefore the mirrors work for you.
Early works for Endelin.
Yeah,
Do you
but
not?
he's not happy here. He's clearly not being obedient in some form. We've obviously upset her.
He
Is
wouldn't
that why
have
you look
opinions
like a
anyway.
devil of sorts?
Probably.
And Vaike looks like some kind of mischief maker. One is sowing chaos.
And
I
I'm
guess
nothing.
Ulric, you don't look like much of a threat. And Baird, yeah, they don't even acknowledge your existence.
I think this is how Baird sees us.
Baird? You think Baird sees you like this? I think that's.
Maybe. Maybe this is how you see us.
I think that. No. I have, like I said, many thoughts about Baird. I don't think of nothing of Baird.
But it is how you see us.
Looks around at the mirrors. No, I wouldn't pen Notus for a troublemaker. In fact, did exactly what I was expecting. You played your part perfectly. What was that?
Why not enlighten everyone then? Clear up the misconception.
Oh, is this how Burley sees us?
No.
No.
Or Hurley?
Notus, just tell him. They're going around in circles here.
So it's like Billness sees
It's worse.
us.
That's how Endolin sees us.
So Zargash sees us.
No.
He's just
Is
saying to be
It's how
annoying.
the tree that punched me sees us. That's-
Baird is gonna look to see if Light has caught on that Vaike is like being.
Oh yeah, fully. He's like kind of shaking his head, rolling his eyes. All right, Vaike, drop the act.
You're the actor.
It is indeed, but I'm not acting now. This is indeed how Endolin sees you.
Oh. That was like my fifth guess. Me a goblin? I guess I got like goblin vibes.
Goblin Clown.
Goblin mode.
Yeah.
Imagine Vaike is now using the goblin mode to like do funny faces.
Oh yeah, no, he's like I'm like yeah, like you said I have like sharp fangs.
Yep. Yeah, you do. You have like just like stage fright, kind of that expression. You're like a jester, a goblin jester. Anyway, you was asking Light if you wanted to clear up misconceptions.
Essentially, Baird was pressing the matter about his opinions of the rest of the group. Since it was
I've
brought
said
up.
my about the rest of the group. He will plainly state. I think I showed my way of thinking plenty through the stage. I showed, not tell. I'm worried about you all. Getting in deeper water than you can swim. Biting off more than you can chew. They look towards Ulric.
Yeah, I could chew a lot, so I think we're doing just fine.
Don't worry about the swimming.
Well, Endolin,
Get my book back. We can't
Endolin-
breathe underwater.
Endolin doesn't really have much meat on the bone, so you'll just be gnawing at marrow.
It's all right. I'll go for the bones. It's okay.
How do I get it through to you guys? You ain't no match for the hags. The Hourglass Coven is...
Divided?
They're not as divided as you think.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't think they're much of a match for us. I mean, we're running around doing as we please pretty much all the time.
Mm. Mm. When light doesn't seem to stray away from after you say that, there's still eyes locked on Garreth as they snapped back and said that. And notice you see a stern like emotion on them, as if they're being deadly serious. Small bickering and pranks is one thing. But if they feel threatened, if their lives are truly on the line, then they are very capable of putting their differences aside and working together, as evident by Zabilna's absence.
This than you're letting on.
Sorry, could you repeat that for me?
You know more about this than you're letting on?
Mm-hmm. You picked up, at least I'm sure one of you should have picked up, that Endelin wasn't ready to agree to steal him something back off Bavlorna, or, as you suggested, Baird, stealing something of Scabs. There's a reason for that.
Because she's threatened. We pose a real threat to her, don't we? She wants to get the gang back together, just in case.
Gwendolyn knows her ends.
Well, make of it what you will. Just know that I tried to warn you. Do something rash, especially around here. Don't expect it to go the way it's gone before. I think you've been riding high on a lot of successes, but overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. They begin climbing up the ladder.
What? There's even more people upstairs?
Oh yeah, there's loads. Here we go
Wasn't
up
everyone
here.
on stage?
There's no one up here.
Yeah, you see a woman slumped on one of the crates, kind of kicking their feet, and they seem to be looking out wistfully through the window at the pouring rain and flashes of lightning. Seems to be leaning on her hand. Who's this? This is Diamanda Mistriddle. This is the Jumpin' Junipers. And introduces you to them. And they kind of let out a sigh. You here for a play, performing or viewing?
Meeting the actors. I'm trying to get a gauge on something. What did you give
Gauge
up?
on what?
What did she
Oh.
promise you?
Ulric. Well, you promised me a lot. A lot. Creeping Lynn is... She's a piece of work. A lot of us were promised either fame or a way to avoid our deaths. Even the deaths of our loved ones. And you see kind of like she wipes away what looks to be kind of smeared makeup from where she's kind of been crying. Her eyes are kind of puffy. So like she's actually a forest gnome. Now that you realize she kind of like hops down from the crate, she's a lot shorter than the rest of you guys. And you see that her hair is clearly dyed black when it must have been originally some sort of forest green. You might be able to just see some of the roots as she kind of hops down. You can see from your vantage point down onto the top of her head. Just trying to avoid a loved one's death, that was all. But yep, got stuck here. Was promised so long as I stay here, then no harm would come to my loved ones.
But in doing so,
I don't even know if they're okay.
in doing so, she ensured your misery in the process.
Yeah. A lot of us have been snared up in her trap.
This
You'd
isn't
leave, or you get snared up as well.
This isn't a theater. This is a prison that's been gussied up. No wonder the plays are so horrid. She's taken everything that makes what an actor does worthwhile away from you. Performing for the people you care about.
That's not even the worst part. She also took the name of my world from me. I don't even know where I'm from anymore. So even if I could leave, I don't know where I'd be going. I don't know how to get back to them.
Who?
You all would see a very genuine anger flare up in Baird. Like you see his fingers twitch. And he looks sort of towards Light in sort of like a quizzical, really, you under your supervision kind of look.
Unfortunately, Mistral has fallen upon some harder times. I've tried my best. Obviously, she wasn't cut out to be an actor. Sort of a square peg, round hole type of situation. But I only see one way of getting out, and that's by putting on a show that really makes a difference. I'm sure if you can impress Endelyn, she would finally let you go.
show that makes a difference, eh? That's her specialty.
Unfortunately, a lot of these actors are letting their emotions bring them down, and it's affecting their performances. I can give all the guidance and tutelage I can, but it's... unless your heart is in it, it doesn't really come across well on the stage. They look towards Light and they say, I know, you've tried to help. It's not your fault that I'm a failing actor or anything. It's... I got my own issues, I understand, but
No,
it's been so long, I don't even know if it's...
he's not supporting you. What are you even doing? You say you're the mentor helping out around here. You're not even solving the problems.
And what would you have me do, lad? Would you have me mount an assault? Try to kill Endinin in her sleep? Is that your suggestion?
Try to be inspiring for once.
You know an assault is
I've
never the
tried
option.
everything.
Have you?
Perhaps we should discuss this in an even more private location. They'll head up the ladder again to an even higher floor. It's getting cramped in here, but at least we're away from prying eyes, and they let out loose a beam of light that shines around the room and free of shadows. Sorry, Mischief, you can't get up here. But this is for your ears only. I tried my best to end their misery. I took it upon myself to try and make a difference. But Lynn is very, very difficult to talk with, as you can already see. She has an unwavering stubbornness. You can only imagine how she is with her sisters. Needless to say, there was no talking a way out of this. I can convince Creepin' Lynn to let these actors go. And after performance of performance, nothing was good enough. It became obvious she wasn't going to let him go. So, I did try to take Creepin' Lynn's life. I lured her into that false sense of security, made a name for myself, put on the act, and then I gave him a show to remember. And even after my burning light practically turned their bones to ash, and I thought this was it, they could all go free. And somehow rose back from the grave. She's undying. She's some sort of immortal hag. Of course, she didn't see kindly to that. That's the real reason I'm actually stuck here, just like the rest of them.
Are you capable of trying again?
Whoa.
But I don't have much faith that there is a solution for this. I would say just stay away. I tried to warn you guys. I've been trying to warn you still. This place, these deals she proposes, they never really come to an end. They just perpetuate misery. Needless to say, Bad, she assured that I would not be able to turn against her again in the future. So even if I wanted to, I'm afraid I could not help in a fight against Endelin. The
May not be able
spotlight that she's gifted me with is something that cannot be turned against her. So,
You might not be able to help us in the fight, but you can definitely stay out of it.
they shrug. I'd rather you didn't try to fight at all, if I'm honest. You really need to get it through in your heads. This is not something you should be attempting. Even if you prove successful, she won't die. She'll come back. She rises from the ashes.
We might have a solution to that.
Alright. When the moon obstructs the sun, creeping Lin
Will
will
come undone.
Did you pull that from a play or something?
It's whispered on the wind.
It's a prophecy.
It's fate.
You kind of raised an eyebrow. Well, you see their glasses kind of almost slip from their nose a little. They push them back up. Mhm. You're putting all your lives in danger over a whisper on the wind? Is that what I'm hearing?
Feywild hasn't lied to us.
Been pretty nice to us so far.
You just forgot how to hear it.
Baird, getting a little tired of those, I guess, belittling little comments.
It's not belittling. You're not me.
And you're certainly not me.
I don't even know if you're... who you say you are. There's no echo.
Well, you should know who I am, Baird. You're practically the one who dreamt of it. You dreamt me up. Isn't this who you wanted to be?
I guess. But it's also not.
Well then, what exactly am I? When you're already a shadow of yourself.
You're a mask?
A mask. If that's the case, I'm covering up a lot of shame, and he kind of prods his finger towards you. A lot of self-doubt, prods again. And a lot of failure. You could have had it all. In fact, I don't know why you don't use that power you've got. You could use that curse, against her. You could have done so much. Could have got all the wealth you wanted. And got away with it too.
It wasn't for those meddling kids.
No one would remember you, Baird. You'd be the perfect thief.
But I'm not a thief.
Light, what do you know of thievery?
Thievery. I know that if I had held on to all of this baggage, this negative emotion, then I probably would have stole my future.
Taking stuff from other people doesn't make people happy.
You forgot why.
And
We started
why
with
you preaching this, Garreth? I'm not the one who stole anything. You should take that up with
You're
obscurity.
you're preaching of stealing stuff.
I'm telling Baird he could have done something with his curse instead of wallowing in it, instead of losing sleep.
Then I would have lost
Using
myself.
that curse to steal would make him more miserable. What use is money and riches if you can't share it with friends? You'd pay double the price. The guilt and not being able to share. That's
Yeah,
not
what
worth
about
it.
self-worth? Huh?
You can't steal self-worth.
Exactly. You have to make a name for yourself. You have to pour your heart into your own work. Get it to be acknowledged by everyone else. Some things you can't rely on others.
No. Every single time I needed them, the Junipers have saved me. Being alone is the curse. And I suspect that you're suffering from it just as much as I was.
Their eyes kind of narrow. They look one by one at each of you guys, the jumping junipers. I guess you had forgotten about me, hadn't you?
What does that mean?
Well, Baird had lost their name. You all forgot who they were. But you should have remembered who I was.
Who you were?
This is getting convoluted. I am that friend you made way back when. In the forest. With Juniper. That was me. As much as it is them. And he gestured back to bed. Don't you remember?
Do I remember, Chris?
You remember now. You should. You absolutely, excuse me. You absolutely should remember. And if you are trying to remember sincerely, then let's take you back to the carnival and go to the small stalls where you would remember bed specifically more than anything. Because, oh no, not that one. The small stalls. Where is it? That's property. Here's that's the one. Over here.
But we only
Or
remember the day of the carnival or also stuff before?
yeah, stuff before as well. Absolutely. We'll start with Vaike. So, oh look, I had it already set up. Here it is, right here. You remember this scene? Everyone was gathered around the Basher Beholder. Vaike, you're boasting that you were gonna take out this stupid creature with none other than Snicker Snack themselves. You didn't need no wooden sword. And after miss after miss of trying to hit this thing, several of its mirror images caught you off guard, and the sword spiked its thorns into your wrist and your palm, forcing you to drop it from the pain. And along came April, like the green blur she was, zips through, snatches it up. Everyone else is left almost dumbfounded as to what to do. And after a couple of steps, I think it was Garreth who tried to keep up with them. You had to give
Yeah.
up. There was no way you were going to keep up with that thing. It was so fast, and your little legs just couldn't carry you. But there's one person who didn't give up. You see a small, spectacled little chicken with a loot flung back behind their back, giving it their all as their little feet leave chicken feet muddy tracks as they dash after April. And they didn't give up. They kept going and going and going until you imagine they were panting for breath. And maybe they did eventually catch up to April, if only because April kind of found it amusing that someone was still chasing after them and going, "Yay, yay! See, you gotta get me. You can't just give up. It's boring if you give up. There's no chase." And April kind of goes, "Come on, a little closer." And Bear, like, panting, tries to get towards them, reaches out, and April zips away again. Too slow! And Baird takes a deep breath, gets a second wind, and still continues to chase after them, into the point where Baird is gone into the crowd, disappears. And with it, perhaps the last bits of this memory as well. But Baird was absolutely there, and they didn't give up. They chased April down until they probably collapsed from exhaustion. How does Vaike react to this, and anyone else as well? Because you would all see this memory coming to light. Pun intended. You definitely remember this happening. It's just this is more like Vague focus, and perhaps as they're the one to like, do I remember this? And you're the one thinking of it. This memory comes to fruition, and then it also enters your minds as well as a flashback.
Do I remember it being Baird or do I remember it being Light?
What's the difference?
Well, one of them's my friend, one of them's kind of a jerk.
At the time, they were named Lights.
Can it not be both? It was you remember the name Light. You don't remember the name Baird. This was Light who did this. And I guess the question is, can it not be both a friend and a jerk at the same time? But hey, we all have those friends who are a bit of a jerk, but you still count them as your friends, sort of thing. But anyway, yeah, it is Light if you are wanting a definitive answer.
I remember you there.
Yeah. I'm still trying to catch my breath. I'm sure Notus knows what that's like.
You know our memories were taken, right?
Mhm.
Why didn't you make me remember our promise?
to get back Hannah?
Before that, that we'd stay together.
No matter how far we go,
I guess I was.
what
I guess
adventures
you
we
weren't the only
have,
ones who forgot something.
we'll be best friends forever. And we'll be together with each other. Wherever we go.
Garreth, as Baird is repeating this promise, there's a flashback to the mirror maze, the Hall of Illusions. Go over there. Oh, yeah. This is a long one. Okay, we just drag out you guys, but this is again. This is when you were children.
Mm-hmm.
This is when Hannah went missing, and oh, here you go. Prelude. This is you guys. Hey, there you are. Okay.
There we are again.
This is where Hannah went missing. Vaike and yourself went in,
Mm-hmm.
couldn't find them, came back empty-handed with the sinking feeling that you might not ever see Hannah again. But there is another promise. Speaking of promises, where you see Baird turn to you, Garreth, and well, did you want to take this part, Sin?
Just
I think it's better if you say the words.
I
You
just
can
need to find my
describe this.
notes because they're written in somewhere on the sheet.
I've just got you helped Garreth after
Yeah.
Hannah went missing,
Yeah.
and
It would be Baird pulling Garreth up from his knees. Garreth, take a deep breath. Okay? We'll find her.
But she is gone.
Nothing's gone forever. We'll find a way. I promise we'll find a way. And I'll be here. Together forever, right?
Yes. Forever. Thank you, swear.
Vaike suddenly, I think, returns from the tent. Like you've just looked high and low from every point of view you could, and this is where Vaike felt the immense amount of guilt in their heart for not being able to keep up or find Hannah. They were sure they were going to be successful, and you feel partly to blame as well, Vaike, in that moment. And yeah, I'm sure the sentiment goes for you as well, Vaike. I'm sure Baird, or rather Light, would have said as well that it's something to the tune of, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. Get them back together.
Whoever that was in there, it's their fault, not yours. Okay? We'll figure it out.
It was our fault. We should have gotten a ticket. And now she has to pay.
If it's anyone's fault, it's my fault. I should have stopped us. Okay? If you're gonna blame anyone, blame me.
She was in my
You know
grasp.
you couldn't have stopped us.
It's my fault.
You didn't know, Vaike. You didn't know.
And as that memory fades from view, go to Ulric. Since all this conversation's probably getting you hungry, and I'll say that you, when you're remembering that hunger, there's a familiarity that floods back to you. Not
Hey,
you,
it's
old
fake.
fake. It's fake and Muse, yeah. I was gonna know
Oh,
those guys.
Muse. Oh,
Sat around in the feasting orchard is the jumping junipers, and Bed
Where's
is
Urk?
here. Snug is here. In fact, get out of here, Snug. Oh, there he is. And he's got that big old pie sat in front of him. And if you recall, it was here where he initially was like, it's sort of a little bit like caught off guard by Ulric's appearance. He kind of sat down and he was like, "Ah, a monster!" And I think some of the group were like, "Hey, that's not very nice." But
Don't say that.
someone in yeah, right, exactly. And he was like, "It's gonna steal my pie! Ah, the monster wants to eat everything. Run away!" And he like goes to like shelter his pie and like get up from the stool. But actually, there is something. If you watch back that episode, I'm not even kidding. Snurg suddenly goes 180 in an instant. He literally goes from "run away, it's a monster" to "oh, you know what? Sorry about that. Actually, I was just projecting because people see me as a monster all the time. That's totally my bad. You know what? You can have some pie." As an apology, he like literally 180s and goes back on himself. And you will remember it's just because Snug came to a very quick revelation, as though he caught himself. But there's a gap between when he had a change of tune and a change of heart. And it's because Bed's here. Or rather Light, I should say. And as they go to get up, they basically place a gentle feathered hand on the shoulder of Snurg. What did you say to Snurg back then? That basically convinced him that, Ulric's not a monster.
He's actually really brave. He protected Juniper from some wolves. He's not a monster. He protects people.
Oh. There's a pause in Snurg's face, and He looks around. Protect you? You, you want some pie, actually? I'm sorry. I'm not, um, used to people coming up to me all of a sudden. It just took me by surprise, and people don't talk to me much because they think I'm a monster, too.
Oh yeah, sure. I'd love to have some pie. I can't really sound like a child, so I'll just sound like me. But yeah, I can't do that voice anymore. But sure.
I imagine Ulric memories have projected his adult voice.
Yeah,
Totally.
I don't remember
Oh,
what I
yeah.
sounded like back then anymore, but I'm sure it's kind of like this.
Oh, great. Here. Have some pie. You know what? You can all have some pie. Pie for everyone. This is my second one anyway. I'm getting a bit full. But you seem to have a bottomless stomach.
Oh
think
yeah,
he'll win the-
bottomless stomach.
You know, I think he'll win the eating contest at some point.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, you should totally enter that.
We'll
Why is there a
see
combat
what
track with
happens.
April on it? Oh god. Oh god. I was like looking, why is there a combat tracker? There's April on the combat tracker just by themselves. But you know why? It's because at this point,
Yep.
it's April that kind of slinks into the underside of the stool and snatches Ulric's coin pouch whilst they're distracted by.
Oh, hey, Steve, not you again.
Whee! Spinning. Oh, this jingle jangles. I like the sound this makes.
Jingle,
It's a jingle
Clink, clink, clink. It is a jingle jangle. Yeah. Chase me! April rushes off, and the blurred image also kind of blurs away the memory. As yeah, it was Baird that basically kind of stuck up for you, or Light, I should say, Light, that really kind of had Snug have a change of heart. Do I got any more other flashbacks that I feel are necessary in this moment? Notice you kind of had that one previously. Do you remember with I was describing the tent would be a good hiding spot?
I remember.
Well, do you remember there was also a part that was just missing from it? Okay, well then we're gonna go back to that real quick. So resuming from where we left off, notice it was Baird's idea to go hiding in this dark, secluded tent, and it ended up kind of leading you into Obscurity's trap. But whilst that may have happened, there was more to it than that. And let's see, where's the carnival? Yeah, I'll just take you to this scene. When the cards went flying in the air, you kind of remember that being something that you did for the most part with your own gust of wind and sending the cards fluttering into the air. And in reality, whilst you may have like wielded some small gust, it was also Baird that took the initial moment to save you from whatever was happening, because it didn't look good in Light's eyes. They leapt forward, flipped the table, and your gust of wind sent the cards fluttering in every direction. And you remember getting stuck trying to escape the tent. The tent flap was basically kind of like caught on you, and you're trying to like lift it up with all your might. You're struggling to get any footing. It's almost as if obscurity had like grabbed a hold of your legs and was dragging you back in. But suddenly, there was a light as the tent flap was lifted up off your face, and a feathered hand reached out to grab you. They're the one that brought you. They may have been the one that kind of accidentally lured you into the tent, but they're also the one that dragged you and pulled you out of it. And by giving you that strength to slip through and help you to your feet. And they're the first one to really realize you had lost your eyes. Would there have been anything that Light would say to them as they kind of witnessed this?
Just, are you alright? I'm sorry that was all my fault. I should have picked something else. Oh. Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. God.
And of course, this is the point where there are no emotions. That's it. She's just standing there looking at you.
I'm so sorry, Notus.
You hear a whispering from the tent.
It's too late to be sorry.
And you start to see a shadow, like a fog, creeping through the crack in the tent that was being lifted up. It's slowly forming into the shape of Gleam's shadow. The crescent moon, but you see it also as it is manifesting, it's like reaching out towards Notus's shoulder.
I would pull Notus away and just go, she was supposed to be here!
They are still a little helper in your scheme.
My scheme?
You all snuck in together. Notus helped. That makes them a bad child.
I see. You're
An
mean.
accessory to your crime.
And as you say, you're mean, they say.
You don't know the half of it.
And yeah, they kind of rear up, their shadow kind of stretches, all the witchlight, twinkling lights kind of dim for a moment, going grey. And this is already what Notus is seeing. All the colours are being sucked out of the world. All the life and all the life and light turns a dull, misty grey. And it's at that
Holding
point you
Notus
can,
close.
yeah, holding on to Notus. They seem almost paralyzed, unable to will themselves away as obscurity kind of looms ever larger over them. blocking out all the carnival from sight.
It'll be okay, Notus. It'll be okay.
I suspect you eventually have to like coax them away from this
Mhm.
place,
Yep.
since Notice doesn't seem to be moving of their own accord. And you're the one that helps them get back to the rest of the party, for without you they would have just been left standing there. A statue. But you're the loyal little guide that sees them back to the rest of the party and then is able to try to explain what happened. But yeah, that's the part of the vision that you were missing, that you were forgetting. It comes back full fruition at this point. There's no grey areas. That memory is crystal clear. Light was there. Okay. So, and you realize as you kind of come back out of that vision, you see it is Baird that is strumming along. Sorry, not Baird. It is Light that is strumming along this song that you've heard a couple of times now, and hearing it played in its entirety without any kind of interruptions, all of those memories are also similarly not interrupted. You feel the full scope of those memories come to light. Well, by the look in your eye, it seems that music has jogged a few memories. I assure you it's no spell I've put over you. This is what was stolen. This was the memories. You only remember them in this song.
So we got it back.
Or no?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? You certainly have got something back. I am that last thing. But Baird hasn't got it back yet. And I don't think they will. Not while Endlin has their clutches around us both. Not while she stands between us. So, I ask you, What exactly is your plan with this prophecy?
We need to figure out how to get the eclipse started. Then I bet during that time, if we strike Endolin down, she won't be able to pick herself back up.
Eclipse orders?
Yeah,
We
I
have
Why do you think the Moon Twin is not allowed in Motherhorn? Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
it doesn't need to be literal, I think. It's the Feywild. It only needs to be there.
So then, I think we gotta break Glister out of Motherhorn.
For that, we need to be able to get in the prison.
That or we make our own.
Hmm?
Uh, we could paint one. We could put one in a show.
I was thinking of using the Ore as a backup.
You know, for someone who hates eclipses, she has a lot of things that can do that.
We also need to figure out what to do about this unicorn horn.
Oh, I'll explain when we
Explain.
find a place.
Yeah.
I understand.
Or
You still don't trust me.
Why don't you just rejoin with Baird? Why don't you just join us?
I told you already. Endolin stands between us.
How so?
When I tried to take out Endolin myself, she came back and put assurances in place that I wouldn't be able to work against her. And part of that entails,
brings.
yeah, kind of like nods and clicks their tongue towards bed. Yeah.
Also, like, this is not personal, but I'd rather not talk about it in her domain.
Better I don't hear it anyway. Honestly, it feels like colluding. Me even asking that question is probably skirting the line. You see them gonna lift up the trapdoor, head down the ladder. I just have to leave it in your hands.
We'll play the 5 notes he can.
Was you gonna ask as well, Garreth?
Oh, rather, if Light is going to leave, that means we should make our way as well. We are supposed to find stuff. And by stuff, I mean the cats and the horn.
Yep. It's true.
Charming!
The option... Charming. You want to go down below stage? Yeah, you absolutely can. If you want, Light will gesture towards another trapdoor. It's well, it's a ladder here, leading down. You can see it on if you drag yourself to the bottom. It's down here.
Oh,
You can
that's
see
our
there's a
door.
ladder. Yeah. Charmai's down there. There is also a goblin in here now as well. Who's like, oh, hi, Light. And they respond, Granum. I'm gonna let these guys go below stage. Charmai's down there, so she can keep an eye on them. Okay. I'll drag you down. Okay. Below stage. This is a great little scene down here. There's all kinds of different props. Backdrops, apparatus for switching scenes. Let me just see on the stage. Okay. This cavernous underbelly of the stage is noisy and hot. Goblins work a forge. They saw wood and they seem to be dabbing paint onto wooden backdrops. A woman in a tight-fitting dress barks orders at the workers, while a goblin frantically makes adjustments to her costume using needles, pins, and thread. And Charmai sees the rest of you and says, "Oh, are you allowed to be down here?" You hear Light from above. Yeah, they're fine. Oh, Light, I see. You're behind this little intrusion?
We are sort of on our way out, and I'd like to have our stuff back, please.
You're leaving already?
In a bit, we're kinda in a hurry. Someone wants her cats back.
We did want to speak to you as
And
well.
that's so.
I have
I
suspicions.
heard a cat isn't the only thing that you're looking for.
Yeah, we need to look for the horn that you dropped in the darkness.
What? That's enough fussing. Thank you. Get on. Ward just. You just gotta tighten a little bit up on that. I said shoo. And you see the goblin is shoot away back into the noisy sawmill section of the underbelly.
I mean, sorry, I said something?
Yes, you did. You want to keep those candy lips a little bit tighter, Garreth?
Garreth is a big smile on
How-
his face.
If I may ask, how do we know you, Miss Charmai? You're the only person I've seen projecting visions of the League.
I'm also curious to that question as well, you know. Feels like I know all of you as well. Somewhere, someplace. I would definitely remember you if I saw you, right?
But you don't?
I'm gonna roll insight.
Hmm.
Go ahead. Yeah, and you're not sure if she's referring to you, Baird, since people don't remember you. You are a shadow, sort of, in this realm of Yon, especially. But she does also seem to have just the faintest little smile on her face. And like half open eyelids, as if she's kind of eyeing you all up.
Just want to talk. And it's better to be honest. It helps us more.
Mhm. Talk away, talk away. Just try not to talk too loudly.
Have we met outside of Yon? Could we have met
Yes.
outside of Yon?
Yes, I think we met in
Thither?
Thither.
At the boat?
I mean, the
She,
great actress Charme does leave a impression, doesn't she, Garreth?
Which act? I haven't seen her on stage, if that's what you mean.
that's as much as I'll confirm.
All right.
Yes, we've met outside of Yon.
But I did want to give you this, and I'll pull up the honey that I got from the bees and go, your concern earlier was well placed, and I wanted to give you something in reciprocity.
No need for that.
All right.
You're already doing enough for me as it is. She looks almost a little bit weirded out by the fact she said that. She looks almost just disgusted with herself. Ugh. Like shakes it off. God, I don't know what you are, but you all seem to have a strange effect on people.
Well,
Apparently.
we will do what we can to make sure you get out of this situation safe, Miss Charme.
Well,
What is exactly you think you know about my situation?
Clearly, she wants you to do something, or you want something out of her, which is both a dangerous situation for you.
She does. I'm afraid I feel beholden to she.
Yes, Zay?
You can all roll inside
Uh,
checks as well. But yes, go ahead, Zay.
out of curiosity, does she have her shadow?
Does she have her shadow?
Mm-hmm.
um. So let me just check these insight checks. Okay. Notice there's a conflicting emotion between with her. Weirdly, when she first saw you all, there was an overwhelming orange-like aura over her, which is certainly unmistakably joy. She does not show that outwardly at all.
He's glad.
Only you can see that.
Interesting.
Yeah. and yet that is almost sort of flushed away, and you see the orange swirl inwards and is sunk right into the core of her being as though it's hidden away, and it's replaced with a yellow aura, a confusion when Baird's sort of talking to them about giving them something back. And she looks almost disgusted with herself for a moment, as though there's a great deal of confusion over her as she's talking about this. And when she says she feels beholden to her, to she, you almost see um how would you describe this? It's not really an emotion. So I think you just see there is some sort of separation between these colors, and it becomes a bit of a mess, such that you're not able to pick up on how exactly she feels about Endelyn or how she feels about she. It just kind of the colors kind of separate, and as such, you're not able to pick up on one particular one. As for Garreth, you got a 20. When she says she, you're not exactly sure that you're all talking about the same she. Weirdly enough, it's almost as though she pauses quite heavily before the words she, and that's what when she says, like, I don't think we're talking about the same she. She's like, she's clearly split between talking about Endelyn and someone else. You're not sure who that someone else is. You're not mind reading, but it sounds as though like there's another female figure that is involved in all of this. But so continuing on from that, she says, Endelyn's shadow. She like turns to you, Garreth, and that's what you thought the conversation was about. You thought it was about Endelyn, but she seems to see the need to confirm that's what this subject matter is, Endelyn, which further confirms your suspicion there's another she.
Oh, wait, huh?
Is this confusing for you?
Yes, a bit.
Okay.
Well,
She seems to avoid saying she. She seems to avoid saying the name, instead to prefers to say she's beholden to she. Right? Why didn't she just say Endelyn? And then to
yeah.
suddenly turn around and say, "Oh, are you talking about Endelyn?" means that she has no qualms about saying her name after all. So who was she referring to when she said she earlier? It doesn't make sense. It can't be Endelyn.
I have some theories on that.
Yeah. Huh?
Mm-hmm. It is confusing, but I guess that's what you get for a dirty 20. You get the very
Hey.
intricate, subtle things going on. Regardless, he says, Endelyn's shadow. I don't know what you mean.
No. Does Endelyn have Charmai's shadow?
Oh, my shadow. No, I'm not foolish enough to fall for that little trick. I guess someone else does sort of have my shadow, though. But not Endelyn.
But who else would take shadows?
Hmm.
But anyway, what we were offering was Do you want to stay here? Do you want to get out?
I think I'm where I need to be. For the time being.
I see. I guess.
I did try to warn you to comply with Endlin. I think you saved your lives back there by not trying to fight.
That's why I offered the honey.
I don't really have any cravings for honey. But look, you know who has the horn. You could be rid of this deal just as quickly as you got into it.
If we were to get it out of
What?
that, if we were to get it out of that hole, we would need it to rescue someone first.
Well, before we worry about the horn, we should worry about the cats.
It's definitely the easier option.
We need both after all.
I have another proposal. You give the horn to me. Now, before you protest, all the while you have the horn,
Okay,
the moment
Charmy, shut up,
moment you open up that...
please. Would you mind?
I said before you protest.
Would you mind joining my home, please?
Very well. She'll step into the mushroom.
It's like
Mm-hmm.
just bakery goods.
Yeah. Probably some fresh bread.
So this is where you've been keeping it.
Nope, it's not in here.
Oh.
Okay, you were saying giving it to you.
Is this a stove?
Yes.
She's suddenly distracted from very serious plans. Just like, why do I smell bread?
There's also a certain mood in there.
Wait, Gleam? Oh, hi. She's like
Yes, my home.
playing cards
Not
with...
that's the stage. My home.
She's playing cards with Juniper or something.
Yep.
No. I see. She actually, if Juniper is around,
Juniper is wasn't Juniper at the stage?
You could have hopped in the
well, she kind of was.
while we were.
Yeah, I guess you could have hopped in there. She can't really come down the ladder. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's tricky.
She could have
Well,
hopped in
because,
the room so that while we were going up and down ladder.
Yeah, we'll say
Okay.
that's the case. Either way, you witness. Actually, Juniper is very protective of you guys, very loyal.
Mm-hmm.
Has oftentimes just growled because they've got a good intuition, perhaps.
If Juniper likes
On
Charme,
others, but-
like we're doomed. We're doomed to Charme. being
Charme,
part of the
yep.
squad.
Juniper likes Charme. That's what happens. You actually see, for whatever reason, Juniper's okay with them coming right up to them and giving them like kind of a pat and scritches. And you've never seen Juniper be so readily likable with someone else. What an adorable adorable owlbear you have. You know, I have a stuffed owlbear up there. It's nowhere near as good as this one. You'd be able to beat up that stuffed owlbear, wouldn't you? We should have a performance. Juniper could
Does she know her?
Juniper
Does
could
she know
come on
Juniper's name?
stage.
Unbidden.
Apparently so. Yes. Wouldn't
Okay.
that be great, Juniper? You'd be a star. Juniper
And
lets out
how,
like a oh.
and how do you know Juniper, Miss Charmaine?
I've been tailing you for quite a while. And don't forget, I was at the show.
That's true.
True. Both of them.
Anyway, I was hoping if I could get the horn off you, wouldn't have to worry about all this trouble.
Well, you see, we made a deal that we had to bring the horn to Endelin.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, we don't promise to give it to her. But what
Uh-huh.
insurance do you have that if we give it to you that it doesn't end in her hands anyway? But still completing our deal.
You don't. You don't know if you can trust me. It's the truth. I don't think I have a single person who trusts me. It's just the way I've been living, I guess. But you've kind of got your back up against the wall. You're compelled to find this horn, bring it to her, know where it is.
We know where to look for it.
And if you don't have the horn, you can't be compelled to give it to her.
Nobody has it.
The thing is,
Sorry?
we're compelled to look for the horn, and when we find it, we have to bring it.
More
Mhm.
specifically, Notus and Vaike
Yes.
are compelled to bring it.
Sure. And if they don't, they lose their shadows.
Yes.
Hmm.
Which I will do everything in my power to stop.
What would you
I'm sure.
propose would happen when we give you the horn? Because if we know where the horn is and we don't give it to her, we're already breaking our promise.
I believe she's onto you. I think she asks for the horn specifically because she knows she's kind of got you in a bind. She's got you in check. She's probably deduced through a number of different things where the horn has ended up. Though she didn't divulge this information, I can tell you, she knows the last place it was within Yon. It was within Trinket and Bauble's possession, and they lost it. You've been all over Yon, and made quite a name for yourselves. And you've ran into them a number of times. All of that is to say, she's probably deduced you have a good inkling where it is. And if she wasn't going off an inkling, then she's certainly going off the powers of divination. Her aura allows her to see the future. She's probably already seen a vision of you using it. You freeing Zybilna. She knows what will come to pass. She knows you're probably standing in her way.
Trouble
She's
is,
the trickiest of the three hags, I can tell you that.
if she has foreseen it and she's decided to believe it,
She has
that's
foreseen it, then doesn't that mean it's going to happen?
Not necessarily. Futures can change.
she's trying to stall it. I understand.
In fact, it's exactly why I'm here. She foresaw that the League of Malevolence would also turn on her.
And you're here to make
Distance
peace?
myself.
Oh.
Yes. Make peace is a good way to put it. Stopping things from divulging into chaos. The League, the Jumping Junipers. It's just so many conflicts ready to boil over.
Something is coming. The Feywild is breathing. And it is speaking to anyone who listens. That creeping Lynn may find herself untethered, unspooled. Something she's hidden, known by many.
Feywild can also be whimsical and fickle. Change its will on a whim. For that reason, it's better to put it with someone with who's not caught up in all this conflict. Entrust the horn to me, and then Endlin won't be able to pry it from your hands, should the worst come to pass.
And then what do we do about Notus's
Think of
shadow?
this. There is a way to return one's shadow. That's not impossible. But I think, Notus, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you volunteered because you're not too worried about losing your shadow, are you?
I'm not.
What do you expect will happen if she does get her hands on it? I mean, she's already taken enough from you as it is.
Exactly.
Hmm.
It's hardly going to be as useful as the shadow of someone who is whole. And I'm
there
already
you
in a
have it.
state where I have things missing. So, what's one more thing?
Figure out
true.
a way. We always do.
I know that's why I know I can trust you guys to find a solution.
I still like my solution.
I
We only
think
have to
she
bring-
agreed readily. Sorry, go on, Garreth.
We only promised to bring the horn. We didn't promise to hand it over. We could trick her with a duplicate horn.
No, she did say specifically,
Yes,
whatever his.
she did say we have to bring Eladon's horn. That part I agreed.
Give it over, yeah. She did
But
say give it to me
I-
as well, I think.
No, bring it. I agree to the part bring it.
And give it. And hand it over.
No, that part
Specifically, it
wasn't
was.
specified.
Specifically
it was.
No.
it was not. I believe Zay is correct here. She did not actually clarify. She also didn't
She-
give us a time limit.
I
She
know,
did that-
like, I
Mhm.
specifically remembered there was no time limit, but she did specifically say bring it to her and she wants it at her feet.
She did say
Yeah.
she wants it at her
That
feet.
part is what Vaike made it. And yes,
Alright.
that is still something we can make happen. At her feet is still not in her hands.
I think the thing with Notus's shadow is twofold. It's as telling that Notus would readily give up their shadow, as it is telling that Endlin was readily accepting such a deal. I think because there is such little, and forgive me for saying this, such little value in Notus's shadow, is because she expects to get what she wants. She doesn't care what the consequences are, because she believes that's what she will be. She doesn't really care what the consequences are because they won't come to pass. The horn will probably fall into her hands as a result of this deal. There's no way, two ways around it. You already have it. You already made your promise to the Feywild for it all to hear. At some point, even the Feywild may start to put pressure on you.
Baird will shrug and go. I mean, it's possible. It would depend on where it is.
Look, all I'm saying is losing your shadow isn't the only consequence of this. That's what she's set up, but the courts, they have another additional sting for perhaps breaking a bargain. It's one thing not living up to the expectations, another thing sort of going directly against it. Trust me, I learnt all about that from she.
We will find a way to deal with the problem. We always do.
Oh, and there's another thing. When we're supposed to bring the horn, it's never implied in what state the horn has to be.
Good luck destroying it. Babylon already tried doing that.
Who says stuff about destroying it? We could fix it.
Something
We could
fixed
bring
could be
Eladon.
unfixed.
Eladon can run.
But Eladon means dealing with Scab. You've already got your hands full with Bav. So, you make your own decisions, but
Figure something out. We always do.
so you're saying you're not going to trust me with the horn, is what I'm hearing?
I'm saying we
Saying
have
it's not here.
alternatives.
I'm saying
I know
not
you
yet.
have the horn.
We might have some use for it before we'll hand it off. But we'll keep in contact. I appreciate the
Giving-
option.
Not even in the Feywild currently.
Giving you the horn would be breaking our bargain.
Not if I steal it. She smirks. In the nicest way possible.
Here's a bargain. If you were to steal it, Miss Charmaine, could I get a bargain out of you?
Depends what the bargain is. But any more time in this little mushroom and people are going to get suspicious. Let's wrap it up.
Well, you help us free Zabilna.
There's that same weird swirl of emotions, Notice, that you're seeing? A torn mixture between excitement and joy. The prospect of like teaming up with all of you, and yet there's also this yellow confusion of that doesn't make sense. Why would I do that? Why would I be compelled to help these people? It seems as though she also wants to distance herself from you for whatever reason. You're not sure, but there seems to be like something holding her back. But certainly she's a confused state. That really is a bit of a coin toss, whether I can or can't. I'm not saying no. I'm saying I will if I can.
Do her emotions seem like they are 100% all her own? There's someone who has in the past been ordered to do things and just done them. Does this seem like the compulsion is from another person? So some of these emotions aren't necessarily hers.
Yes, give me an insight check. Notice. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, give me an insight. This is the last roll of tonight before we wrap it up. And yes, you can use.
If you would like.
You can also tactical mind. You can also.
Yeah.
You can also use inspiration.
Mind.
Could
Also
I
guidance.
have
You can
my
also
book back?
backflip. You can also. Which book is that?
My spell book. My book of my Back to the Throne book. Because without my book, I can't do guidance.
Oh, I see. It's not here right now. It's at the back. So she hasn't got it on her, but she will get it to you soon enough. Don't worry.
It's an 8 on Bardic.
That's 25
Okay, 7
total.
plus an 8. 25 total. And notice your specific question was, is there someone else that's holding her back? Not that you would be able to tell if there's an outside force acting on her with just by seeing emotions, but
she said she's beholden to someone else, right, as well?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
and she said Enderlin a number of times, and yet there seems to be this other entity that she's avoiding saying the name of and saying she instead. Like she's a pause and then a emphasis on that word she. There is someone else she is beholden to. You can figure that out pretty plainly. Who that is, no idea. But
okay.
There you go. Yeah, you kind of confirm it though in your own head. You're like, there is another player here involved in all of this. But Bed,
is it grandmother?
Just to wrap this up.
Yep.
Just to wrap this up, she does say, "Okay, let me get this straight. You're saying you will give me the horn if I promise to help you free Zabilna."
No.
Specifically,
We will allow you to take the horn.
Right. Yes.
If you-
Sorry. Semantics. Yes.
Um,
You will let us. You will let it accidentally slip away. You won't give it to me. I will have to steal it from
Mo-
you.
more specifically, the entity Archfey known as Zybilda, whatever names they've used in the past.
Yes, we know. We're talking about the same woman trapped in that terrible palace of hers.
Essentially,
Yes.
I guarantee you'll return it to us when we need it at that moment.
Yes. I can promise that.
And
I
we'll-
also would love to be able to do it myself, if I'm honest.
Hmm.
I want to be there when it happens. When you free Zybilna.
we will. We need to discuss this with everyone. Make sure we're all in agreement.
I trust whatever you guys think.
But
Is there
I
any
can-
objection if we do it together?
I can promise that we will have made a decision by the time we're back with the cat. Is that all right?
Yep, very well. I'll gather your stuff. If you follow me, how do I get out of this, Garreth? Is there a door or something?
There's points to the roof.
Is this your bread, by the way? Can I take some for the road? I've always wanted to try some freshly baked bread.
Yeah, if people ask why you were in here, it's because we were sharing bread.
Yes, she clicks her fingers. That's exactly right. She pops out of the mushroom.
Thank you for visiting Gareth's
Delicious.
domain of bread.
Yep.
It reminds me of home. Ah, so many memories. Just like Mother used to cook. Oh, Ward, we need some things from the back. Come with me. I'll just drag you to the back real quick, just because there is something I wanted to end on. And, yeah, move your tokens over there. At the back, you see Wart and a couple of other goblins gathering up your things from the shelves. There is your spellbook, Garreth, your weapons, and everything else is going to be handed back to you. Once you leave Motherhorn, that is.
Six down here
They're
are
just being
so
gathered up.
jarring.
The what?
The
The what?
odds.
The elf statue? Oh, don't worry about that. This is fine. There's nothing there. It's all good. Okay. What else is there?
It has a lead pipe.
That's just part of the background. What do you mean?
Uh-huh.
I'm definitely getting paranoid over here. So, what was I going to say? Oh, that's right. At the back of the room, chained to a table, is a tiny creature with a hooded lantern. And they're on the tabletop. They're using a stick of charcoal to sketch something on a piece of parchment at an unbelievable speed. And a wispy bulb of light flutters next to them. And you see... Oh, damn it. This isn't the right token. Hold on. You see this little fella. Oh, my God's sake. Tokens everywhere. There he is.
Oh!
Except he looks more like this. I want to get his art sorted. There we go. This little fella. Here we go. We get the hover art. Specific image.
It's a bit greenish.
There he goes. This little fella here. He's working away, and he seems to be sketching out amazing new contraptions and inventions.
It says it's chained.
He is chained to the table. Yes.
Mm.
And you hear them as you're like looking over towards them, they're like, "Oh, pay no mind to Golmo. Here's all your stuff." Does Golmo not ring a bell to anyone?
No,
Just wanna-
he's the kidnapped Bergenok.
Okay, good, cool. And he's here, and he gives a little sad as he goes back to drawing away on his.
Can I mimic
his,
the sound of
parchment.
like Bergenok, like the whistle they would do while they're like mining, to like show we've been
Yeah,
into the
sure.
cave, like sort of get his attention mildly, like just sort of like the
Yeah.
like whatever sort of like whistle or tune that they would be like the common one while we were there, and just sort of like get his like attention,
Absolutely.
like I just want to have eye contact.
Got it. Yeah, the little bulb of light kind of glows a brighter hue, and as they turn around, you see like there's a little hopeful look in their eye, and their mustache kind of twirls upwards as their face forms into a smile. But that is where we will end tonight's session, since we've gone over a little bit. By a little bit, I mean quite a lot. But yeah, that was everything. I think you guys are gonna be given your stuff and escorted to the back of Motherhorn. Sorry, the front. What am I doing there? But there we go. There's a couple of goblins have your stuff. They carry it all the way up. There you go. Appreciated, Kiz. Wart. You can head back down. Alright, everyone. Farewell for now. Hope to see you back here in about a week, perhaps. Though it might not take you that long to go to baths and back. Have fun.
You know,
See you all next time.
one moment.
Bye bye.
Oh, bye bye, people.
Bye bye.